Hi friends, welcome back to the channel. I am so excited you're here. Tonight, or whenever you're watching this, we're diving into a pick-a-pile reading all about the path of your connection. Yeah, that's right, we're going to explore the different avenues and energies surrounding your closest bonds. This is a safe space, a space for reflection, and hopefully a space that brings you a little closer to understanding your relationships. So, how does this work? Well, trust your intuition. Feel into the different piles and see which one calls to you. It's okay if you're drawn to more than one, and it's totally okay if you need to check out a few before you find the right fit. Just go with what resonates, okay? No pressure at all. All right, let's peek at the piles. First up, we have this gorgeous malachite dragon. Malachite is super protective, so this pile is all about a guarded heart, untangling those protective barriers to foster deeper connections. Then we have this beautiful fluorite palm. Stone fluorite is all about balance. This pile is about harmonious bonds, achieving equilibrium in your relationships for lasting connection. Next, we've got this luminous hematite moon. Hematite helps bring clarity, so this pile focuses on reflected truth, unveiling hidden aspects of your connection to promote clarity and understanding. And finally, we have this beautiful rhodonite sphere, and rhodonite is so transformative. So this pile is about evolving love, embracing change and growth within your connection to unlock deeper intimacy. Take a moment, breathe, and just feel which crystal and which theme pulls you in. Maybe close your eyes and make a little wish about what you're hoping to gain from this reading. Trust your gut. Whatever you choose is perfect for you right now. I'm so excited for you. Let's get started. Okay, wow, pile. This malachite dragon is all about protection, right? And it's so cool because it's guarding your heart, but like untangling those protective barriers so you can actually foster deeper connections, which is what we all want, isn't it? So immediately, I'm getting this vibe that you've got some walls up, and it might be blocking you more than it's helping you, you know. Okay, so let's dive into these cards. Oh my gosh, okay. So first we have the Page of Swords, then we have the Six of Cups, and then the Seven of Wands. Oh, interesting. Okay, right off the bat, what I'm seeing is like some hesitation to speak your truth, maybe some longing for the past, and like feeling like you have to constantly defend yourself. Okay. All of that really mess guarded heart, doesn't it? It's like you're tiptoeing around something, feeling pulled back to simpler times, but also like you're ready for a fight at any moment. I think, that this reading is going to be all about how to untangle those feelings and find a way to connect without feeling so vulnerable. It's about recognizing where those walls came from and deciding if they're still serving you. I'm already so excited to see where this goes. Okay, so let's jump in. Let's start with the Page of Swords. Okay, so pages in general, right? They're all about new beginnings, new ideas, and new ways of thinking. They're kind of like messengers, but sometimes they can be a little bit immature, a little bit all over the place. But with the sword suit, it's all about communication, truth, and intellect. So the Page of Swords is like a burst of fresh ideas, a desire to speak your mind, but it can also represent anxiety around communication. Like maybe you have something to say, but you're afraid of how it will be received. Does that make sense? Or sometimes, and this is what I'm kind of getting here, it can also indicate like scattered thoughts, a million ideas swirling around in your head, but not really knowing how to articulate them clearly, so you end up not saying anything at all. Which, it kind of ties into that guarded heart thing we were talking about earlier. It's like you have all these thoughts and feelings, but you're keeping them locked up tight. And I'm thinking, with the malachite dragon energy, maybe you're afraid that if you open up, you'll be vulnerable, that you'll get hurt. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I'm like, totally getting that. Okay, so let's dig a little deeper into this Page of Swords energy, because I feel like there's more here. So swords are all about the mind, right? And this page is like the first spark of an idea. It's that moment when you suddenly see things in a new light, when you have an aha moment. But because it's a page, it's not fully formed yet. It's still raw, still developing, which means it can be easily influenced by your fears and insecurities. So maybe you have this brilliant idea, this burning desire to express yourself, but then your inner critic jumps in and says, no, you can't say that. What will people think? You'll sound stupid, you'll be rejected, and then poof, the idea gets squashed. This could be playing out in relationships for you. And that's where the guarded heart comes in, you know? It's like you've built up these walls to protect yourself from that kind of pain, but those walls are also keeping you from sharing your true self with the world. It's like, okay, I'm safe in here, but I'm also stuck. Okay, so this Page of Swords could also be representing someone else in your life, someone who is bringing this kind of energy to you. Maybe someone who is very opinionated and outspoken, or someone who is constantly questioning everything you say. Or it could be someone who is just very flighty, very indecisive, and it's making it hard for you to communicate with them effectively. This other person could be guarded as well, and that's making you feel like you need to be extra careful about what you say, like you're walking on eggshells, afraid of setting them off. Which, that's exhausting, right? It's like you can't even be yourself because you're so worried about their reaction. I'm feeling so much tension here, like I can feel the guarded energy, and it is heavy. Okay, but let's flip this around, because tarot is all about possibilities, right? What if this Page of Swords is a call to action? What if it's saying, hey, it's time to find your voice. It's time to speak your truth, even if it's scary. What if this is a sign that you are ready to break free from those limitations and start expressing yourself more authentically? That would be awesome, right? I think, the Malachite Dragon is here to help you do just that. It's here to protect you as you navigate this new territory. It's like saying, okay, it's okay to be vulnerable. It's okay to be scared. I've got your back. It's like it is going to help you release those fears. So I think that that's really cool. Okay, so how can you actually apply this to your life? Let's get practical. I'm thinking maybe start small, Start by expressing your opinions in safe spaces with people you trust. Or maybe start journaling, just writing down your thoughts and feelings without censoring yourself. Or, and I love this idea, try creative expression. Draw, paint, sing, dance, whatever feels good to you. It's like giving your inner voice a way to be heard without having to worry about judgment. And the cool thing is, as you start to express yourself more, you'll start to feel more confident, more empowered. And that guarded heart will start to soften just a little bit. Because you'll realize that it's okay to be vulnerable, that it's okay to be yourself, and that the world isn't as scary as you thought it was. Which, is a total win-win. I think that's a great message. It's like a nudge to start communicating, and if you have been communicating, to communicate better. Maybe the message isn't being understood. And honestly, I think that's what the Page of Swords is all about. It's about finding your voice, speaking your truth, and breaking free from the limitations that are holding you back. And it's like you have all this potential inside you, all these amazing ideas, and it's time to let them shine. But it does not mean you have to be reckless. You still have the dragon, and you can still protect your heart, but at least now you can protect it consciously. You know what I mean? Like, instead of just having walls up for no reason, you are choosing when to open those walls and when to keep them closed. And you're doing it from a place of strength, not fear. Oh, I love that so much. It makes it all so powerful. Okay, so now that we've explored the Page of Swords, let's move on to the Six of Cups. Ooh, this is interesting. So the Six of Cups is like nostalgia central. It's all about the past, about childhood memories, about simpler times. It's about looking back with fondness and remembering the good old days. It's about innocence and pure joy, It's a very sweet, gentle card, but it can also be a little bit tricky, because sometimes when we get too caught up in the past, we can get stuck there. We can start to romanticize things, to forget the bad stuff, and to idealize people and situations that weren't really that perfect to begin with. Have you ever been there? I know I have, and that's where it can become a problem. Because if you're constantly comparing your present to your past, you're never going to be happy. You're always going to be longing for something that no longer exists, or that maybe never existed in the first place. And that's how the Six of Cups can actually contribute to that guarded heart energy that we were talking about. Because you're using the past as a shield, as a way to avoid dealing with the present, I think there's a danger here. It's like saying, oh, things were so much better back then. Life was so much easier. People were so much nicer. And then you use that as an excuse to not engage fully in your current relationships, to not take risks, to not put yourself out there. And honestly, who wants to do that? I definitely don't. It's like you're hiding behind a wall of nostalgia, afraid of getting hurt again. I am seeing this so clearly. But the thing is, the past is the past. You can't go back. And clinging to it too tightly is only going to keep you from moving forward. You know. It's like you're stuck in a time warp, and you're missing out on all the amazing things that are happening right now. I see that for you. Okay, so, with the Malachite Dragon energy, I'm wondering if maybe you're holding on to some childhood wounds, some past traumas that are still affecting you today. Maybe you were hurt in the past, betrayed, or abandoned. And now you're afraid of letting anyone get too close because you don't want to experience that pain again. That would make a lot of sense. It's like you're replaying those old memories in your head, and they're fueling your fear. And the Six of Cups is just reinforcing that, because it's reminding you of a time when things felt safer, when you felt more innocent. But the truth is, you're not a child anymore. You're stronger now, you're wiser, and you have the power to create a different future for yourself. But only if you're willing to let go of the past. That's such a powerful message. So, this Six of Cups could also be representing a specific person from your past, someone who is still playing a role in your life today. Maybe it's a childhood friend, a family member, or even an ex-lover. And this person could be triggering those old feelings, those old wounds. Maybe they're reminding you of a time when you felt more vulnerable, more insecure. Or maybe they're just holding you back from moving on. It's like they're stuck in the past, and they're dragging you down with them. And you need to decide if you're willing to stay stuck, or if you're ready to break free and create your own future. It's like, do you want to be defined by your past, or do you want to define yourself? That's the question. Or maybe this person is actually a positive influence in your life. Maybe they're reminding you of the good things in your past, the things that made you happy. And maybe they're helping you to reconnect with your inner child, to find joy in the simple things. So, it really depends on the context, on the specific relationship, and on how you're choosing to interpret it. So, I see both sides of this. But even if this person is a positive influence, it's still important to be aware of the potential pitfalls of getting too caught up in the past. It's important to remember that you're not the same person you were back then. You've grown, you've changed, and you have new experiences. And you need to honor that. You need to embrace the present, even if it's not perfect, and you need to look forward to the future, even if it's uncertain. I think that's such an important thing to acknowledge. Okay, so how can you actually work with this Six of Cups energy? How can you use it to heal your guarded heart? Well, I think the first step is to acknowledge the past, to honor it, but also to release it. To forgive yourself and others for any mistakes that were made. To let go of any resentment or bitterness that you're holding on to. It's like saying, okay, that happened. It was painful. But I'm not going to let it define me anymore. And that can be really hard, especially if you've been holding on to that pain for a long time. But it's so worth it. Because once you release that baggage, you'll feel so much lighter, so much freer. And you'll be able to move forward with a new sense of hope and optimism. It will be easier to guard your heart proactively. I also think it's important to reconnect with your inner child, to rediscover those things that used to bring you joy. Maybe it's playing games, or reading books, or spending time in nature. Whatever it is, make time for it. Allow yourself to be silly, to be spontaneous, to be creative. And don't worry about what other people think. Just do what makes you happy. Because the more you connect with your inner child, the more you'll be able to access that sense of innocence and joy that we were talking about earlier. And that will help you to heal your guarded heart, to open yourself up to new possibilities. Because you'll realize that it's okay to be vulnerable, that it's okay to be yourself, and that the world is full of beauty and wonder. That's like so important to just remember. And honestly, I think that's what the Six of Cups is all about. It's about healing the past, reconnecting with your inner child, and embracing the present with a sense of joy and wonder. And it's like you have all this love and light inside you, and it's time to let it shine. Don't let the past hold you back. You know what I mean. Like you're not defined by what happened to you. You're defined by how you choose to respond to it. And you have the power to choose to respond with love, with forgiveness, and with hope. I feel that so strongly. Okay, so now that we've explored the Page of Swords and the Six of Cups, let's move on to the Seven of Wands. Oh, wow. This is like a totally different energy. Okay, so the Seven of Wands is all about feeling attacked, feeling like you have to defend yourself. It's about standing your ground, about fighting for what you believe in. It's about feeling like everyone is against you, like you're the only one who sees things clearly. I think that we've all felt like this at some point. It's a very assertive, very fiery card, but it can also be a little bit exhausting, because constantly being on the defensive is draining. It's like you're always on high alert, waiting for the next attack. And that's where it can really contribute to that guarded heart energy that we've been talking about. Because you're building up these walls to protect yourself from those perceived threats. It's like saying, okay, I'm not going to let anyone hurt me again. I'm going to be ready for anything. I'm going to be strong. And then you become so focused on protecting yourself that you forget to actually live your life. You forget to enjoy the present moment, to connect with others, to be vulnerable. I see that happening here. Okay, so with the Malachite Dragon energy, I'm wondering if maybe you're feeling like you have to constantly defend your beliefs, your values, your opinions. Maybe you're surrounded by people who don't understand you, who don't agree with you, and you're feeling like you have to constantly justify yourself to prove yourself. It's like you're in a constant battle and you're tired of fighting. And honestly, who wouldn't be? It's like you're wearing armor all the time and it's heavy. And you're longing to take it off, to just relax and be yourself without having to worry about being judged or criticized. But you're afraid to, because you're afraid of what will happen if you let your guard down. You feel like it's a dangerous choice. So, this Seven of Wands could also be representing a specific situation in your life, a situation where you're feeling like you're under attack. Maybe it's a conflict at work, a disagreement with a family member, or a challenge in your relationship. And you're feeling like you have to defend your position to protect your interests. It's like you're in a power struggle and you're determined to win. But the thing is, sometimes winning isn't worth it. Sometimes it's better to just let go, to walk away, to choose peace over pride. But that can be really hard, especially when you feel like you're in the right. It's like you're so invested in the outcome that you can't see the bigger picture. You can't see that the conflict is actually draining you, that it's taking away from your joy and your energy. And that's where you need to ask yourself, is this really worth it? Is this battle worth sacrificing my peace of mind? I think it's a valid question to be asked. Or maybe this situation is actually an opportunity for you to grow, to learn, to become stronger. Maybe it's forcing you to confront your fears, to stand up for yourself, to assert your boundaries. And if that's the case, then it's important to embrace the challenge, to fight for what you believe in, but to do it with grace, with compassion, and with a clear sense of purpose. It's like you're using your armor as a tool, not as a prison. You're choosing to engage in the battle, but you're also choosing to maintain your inner peace. And that's a very powerful position to be in. I love seeing this kind of strength come out. Okay, so how can you actually work with this Seven of Wands energy? How can you use it to release your guarded heart? Well, I think the first step is to assess the situation, to determine if it's really worth fighting for. To ask yourself, is this conflict serving me? Is it helping me to grow? Or is it just draining me and keeping me stuck? And if it's the latter, then it's time to let it go. To walk away, to disengage, to choose peace. And that doesn't mean you're weak. It means you're wise. It means you're choosing to prioritize your well-being over your ego. And that's a very powerful thing to do. It also means that you're guarding your heart in a conscious, healthy way. I also think it's important to set boundaries, to clearly define what you will and will not tolerate, to communicate your needs and expectations to others, and to enforce those boundaries with love and firmness. It's like saying, okay, I'm willing to be vulnerable, but I'm also going to protect myself. I'm going to honor my own needs. And that will help you to feel more secure, more confident, and more empowered. Because you'll know that you're in control of your own life, that you're not a victim of circumstance. And that will help you to release your guarded heart, to open yourself up to new possibilities. It's like you're no longer afraid of being attacked because you know that you can handle anything that comes your way. You have the strength, the wisdom, and the resources to navigate any challenge. And that's a very liberating feeling. And I want that for you. And honestly, I think that's what the Seven of Wands is all about. It's about standing your ground, setting boundaries, and choosing peace over pride. And it's like you have all this strength and resilience inside you, and it's time to use it wisely. Don't let fear control you. You know what I mean? Like you're not defined by your battles. You're defined by how you choose to fight them. And you have the power to choose to fight with integrity, with compassion, and with a clear sense of purpose. And that's what will ultimately lead you to victory. That's the card's message to you. Okay, so, wow, we've covered a lot of ground here. We've explored the Page of Swords, the Six of Cups, and the Seven of Wands. And we've seen how they all relate to that core theme of the guarded heart. And honestly, I'm feeling so much excitement about the potential for growth and healing that's present in these cards. We're going to dig even deeper in the next card, I Can Feel It. Okay, so, wow, we've covered a lot of ground here. We've explored the Page of Swords, the Six of Cups, and the Seven of Wands. And we've seen how they all relate to that core theme of the guarded heart. And honestly, I'm feeling so much excitement about the potential for growth and healing that's present in these cards. We're going to dig even deeper in the next card, I Can Feel It. And here it is, Judgment. Oh my gosh, okay, this is huge, right? Judgment is like a wake-up call. It's about reckoning. It's about looking back at your life and deciding what you want to keep and what you want to let go of. It's like that moment of truth, you know? And it's so powerful because it's not just about judging yourself, it's about forgiving yourself. It's about understanding why you made the choices you made and choosing to move forward with love and compassion. It's all about the Malachite dragon energy. Like, after all this guarded heart stuff, right? The Page of Swords holding back communication, the Six of Cups stuck in the past, the Seven of Wands feeling attacked. Judgment comes in and says, okay, enough is enough. It's time to rise above all of this. It is time to release yourself from all of these burdens. Oh, I'm so excited. So Judgment is all about answering a call. You hear that call and you know that you have to make a change. And it's not always easy, right? Because change can be scary. It's a big card, but it's also incredibly liberating. Because once you make that decision, once you commit to transforming yourself, you're unstoppable. You are really, really unstoppable. Like, I get the sense that you've been feeling stuck for a long time. Like you've been carrying around all this baggage from the past, all these fears and insecurities. And Judgment is here to say, okay, it's time to put it down. It's time to forgive yourself. It's time to move on. And it's not just about forgiving yourself for the things you've done wrong, it's also about forgiving yourself for the things that have been done to you. It's about releasing all that anger and resentment, all that pain that you've been holding onto. This card can feel intense, you know, because it forces you to confront your shadow self, to look at the parts of yourself that you don't want to see. But that's where the real growth happens. It's in those moments of vulnerability, in those moments of honesty, that you discover your true strength. And it's like the Malachite dragon is there to protect you through this process, to guide you through the darkness and into the light. I'm getting the feeling that this is a major turning point in your life. Like everything that's happened up until now has been leading you to this moment. And it's up to you to decide what you're going to do with it. Are you going to stay stuck in the past? Or are you going to embrace the future with open arms? I feel like you're going to embrace the future with open arms. Because, you know, you're strong, you're resilient, and you have the Malachite dragon on your side. So, let's break this down even further. Because what does Judgment really mean for you right now? Let's get super specific. Okay, so let's start with the idea of awakening, okay? Because that's really what Judgment is all about. It's about waking up to the truth of who you are, to your full potential. It's about realizing that you're capable of so much more than you ever thought possible. It's like you've been sleepwalking through life, and suddenly you're jolted awake. And you see everything in a new light. It's like you're seeing the world for the first time. I think that is so cool. And that awakening can be triggered by anything, right? It could be a crisis, a loss, a major life change. Or it could be something as simple as a conversation with a friend, a book you read, a movie you watch. But whatever it is, it shakes you out of your complacency, and it forces you to question everything you thought you knew. I think that is really important. And with the Page of Swords, the Six of Cups, and the Seven of Wands, it's like all of those things have been building up to this moment of awakening. Like the anxiety around communication, the longing for the past, the feeling of being attacked. Those are all symptoms of being asleep. They're all signs that you're not living your truth. And judgment is here to say, okay, it's time to wake up. It's time to start living your life with intention, with purpose. You know, it's a lot. It's a lot to take in. Okay, so how does this awakening actually manifest in your life? What does it look like, practically? Well, it could be anything, really. But I think one of the key things is that you start to see your patterns, your limiting beliefs, your self-sabotaging behaviors. You start to recognize the ways in which you've been holding yourself back. And you start to challenge those patterns, those beliefs, those behaviors. It's like you're taking a hard look at yourself and you're saying, okay, this isn't working for me anymore. I need to make a change. And that can be really scary, right? Because it means confronting your fears, your insecurities. It means stepping outside of your comfort zone. But it's also incredibly empowering because it means you're taking control of your life. I think, with the Page of Swords, this awakening might involve realizing that you've been afraid to speak your truth because you're afraid of what other people will think. And you start to realize that their opinions don't matter. What matters is that you're being authentic, that you're expressing yourself honestly. Or, with the Six of Cups, it might involve realizing that you've been clinging to the past because you're afraid of the future. And you start to realize that the past is over, that you can't change it, and that the only thing you can control is your present moment, and that your future is whatever you choose to make it. And with the Seven of Wands, it might involve realizing that you've been constantly defending yourself because you're afraid of being vulnerable. And you start to realize that vulnerability is actually a strength, that it's what allows you to connect with others on a deeper level. Wow, right? Like, these are all huge breakthroughs, these are all huge recognitions. And they all lead to this moment of judgment, this moment of awakening. But it's not just about recognizing these patterns. It's about doing something about them. It's about taking action. It's about making a conscious effort to change your life. And that's where the real work begins. It's real. So, okay, next up, let's talk about forgiveness, okay? Because that's another huge part of judgment. And honestly, I think it's one of the most important parts. Because you can't really move forward until you've forgiven yourself and others. You just can't. Like, forgiveness is not about condoning bad behavior. It's not about saying that what happened was okay. It's about releasing the anger, the resentment, the bitterness that you're holding onto. It's about freeing yourself from the past. And it's not always easy, right? Sometimes it feels impossible, especially when you've been deeply hurt. But it's so worth it. Because forgiveness is not just about the other person, it's about you. It's about your own healing. It's about your own peace of mind. I have to believe that. And with the Malachite Dragon energy, it's like forgiveness is a way of protecting your heart. It's a way of saying, okay, I'm not going to let this person or this situation control me anymore. I'm not going to let it steal my joy. It's a way of taking back your power. And with the Page of Swords, the Six of Cups, and the Seven of Wands, forgiveness can be particularly challenging. Because it means forgiving yourself for the things you didn't say, for the mistakes you made, for the battles you fought. And it means forgiving others for the ways they hurt you, for the things they said, for the things they did. But it's possible. It really, really is possible. And it starts with a decision. A decision to let go of the past, to release the pain, to move forward with love and compassion. Okay, so how do you actually forgive someone or yourself? What does that look like in practice? Well, I think one of the key things is to understand where the other person is coming from, to try to see things from their perspective, to recognize that they're also human, that they're also flawed, that they're also doing the best they can with what they have. And that doesn't excuse their behavior, but it does help you to understand it. And it can make it easier to forgive them. Does that make sense? I hope so. I also think it's important to acknowledge your own feelings. To allow yourself to feel the anger, the sadness, the hurt, to not try to suppress those emotions, but to also not let them consume you, to process them in a healthy way, to talk to a friend, a therapist, or a counselor, to journal, to meditate, to do whatever it takes to release those emotions. And then, once you've processed your feelings, you can start to let go. You can start to release the resentment, the bitterness. You can start to forgive. And it doesn't happen overnight. It's a process. It takes time, but it's worth it. So worth it. I know it is. And with the Page of Swords, forgiveness might involve having a conversation with someone you've hurt or someone who's hurt you. To express your feelings, to apologize, to ask for forgiveness. And that can be really scary, right? But it can also be incredibly healing. It can clear the air, it can create a deeper connection, and it can allow you to move forward with a clean slate. Or, with the Six of Cups, forgiveness might involve letting go of the idealized version of the past that you've been holding onto. To recognize that the past wasn't perfect, that there were good times and bad times, and to accept the past for what it was. To learn from it, to grow from it, and to move on. And with the Seven of Wands, forgiveness might involve letting go of the need to be right, the need to win, the need to defend yourself. To recognize that sometimes it's better to just walk away, to choose peace over pride. And to forgive yourself for the times when you weren't able to do that. So, wow, right? It's a lot to think about, but it's all connected. It's all part of the process of judgment, the process of awakening, the process of forgiveness. And it's all leading you to a place of greater peace, greater joy, and greater love. I really feel that for you. Okay, so next up, let's talk about release, because that's another key part of judgment. It is a big part of judgment. It's about letting go of what no longer serves you, about freeing yourself from the burdens that you've been carrying around. And it's not just about releasing the past, it's also about releasing the present. It's about letting go of the things that are holding you back right now. And that can be anything, right? It could be a relationship, a job, a belief, a habit. Anything that's keeping you from living your full potential. Anything that's draining your energy, stealing your joy, or preventing you from connecting with your true self. It can be a hard choice. I think, releasing is like taking out the trash. You have to get rid of the old stuff to make room for the new stuff. You have to clear the clutter to create space for the things that really matter. And it's not always easy, right? Because sometimes you get attached to things, even if they're not good for you. You get comfortable with them, you get used to them, and it's scary to let go, but it's necessary. It's essential for your growth. It's essential for your happiness. And with the Malachite Dragon energy, it's like releasing is a way of protecting yourself. It's a way of saying, okay, I'm not going to let this person or this situation control me anymore. I'm not going to let it steal my energy. I'm going to choose what's best for me. Releasing is powerful. And with the Page of Swords, the Six of Cups, and the Seven of Wands, releasing can be particularly challenging. Because it means releasing the need to control the conversation, the need to cling to the past, the need to defend yourself. It means trusting that everything will be okay, even if you don't know what's going to happen. It means surrendering to the unknown. Wow. So, how do you actually release something? What does that look like in practice? Well, I think one of the key things is to identify what you need to release, to get clear on what's holding you back, to ask yourself, what am I clinging to? What am I afraid to let go of? What's preventing me from living my best life? And once you've identified what you need to release, you can start to take steps to let it go. You can start to distance yourself from it. You can start to change your behavior. You can start to shift your mindset. And it's not always easy. It takes time. It takes effort, but it's worth it. And with the Page of Swords, releasing might involve stop engaging in negative conversations, to stop gossiping, to stop criticizing others. It might mean setting boundaries with people who are constantly draining your energy. It might mean speaking your truth, even if it's scary. And with the Six of Cups, releasing might involve decluttering your home, getting rid of old photos, and letting go of sentimental items that are holding you back. And it might mean creating new memories, new experiences, and new connections. And with the Seven of Wands, releasing might involve backing down from a conflict, to choosing peace over pride, and to letting go of the need to be right. It might mean focusing on what you can control and letting go of what you can't. It's like, I see it all coming together, right? The Judgment card is not about punishing yourself for past mistakes, but about recognizing the patterns that keep you stuck and choosing to break free. It's about realizing that you have the power to create a different future for yourself. So powerful. Okay, so finally, let's talk about transformation. Because that's really what Judgment is all about. It's about becoming a new version of yourself, It's about evolving, growing, and expanding into your full potential. It's about shedding the old skin and embracing the new. And it's not always easy, right? Because transformation can be scary. It means stepping outside of your comfort zone, letting go of what's familiar, and embracing the unknown. But it's also incredibly exciting, because it means discovering new parts of yourself, new possibilities, and new joys. I think transformation is like a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. You know, it has to go through a process of metamorphosis, of change. It has to break free from its old form to become something new, something beautiful, something amazing. And it's not always a smooth process. There are struggles, there are challenges. But in the end, it's worth it. Because the butterfly is free to fly, to soar, to explore the world in a new way. And with the Malachite dragon energy, it's like transformation is a way of protecting your spirit. It's a way of saying, okay, I'm not going to let the past define me. I'm not going to let fear control me. I'm going to create my own destiny. With the Page of Swords, the Six of Cups, and the Seven of Wands, transformation can be particularly powerful. Because it means transforming your communication style, your relationship with the past, and your approach to conflict. It means becoming more authentic, more compassionate, and more peaceful. It means living your life with intention, with purpose, and with love. I love seeing that. So, how do you actually transform yourself? What does that look like in practice? Well, I think one of the key things is to embrace change, to be open to new ideas, new experiences, and new perspectives. To be willing to step outside of your comfort zone and try something new. And with the Page of Swords, transformation might involve learning a new language, taking a public speaking class, or starting a blog. It might mean expressing your opinions more openly and honestly, even if it's scary. It might mean connecting with people who have different perspectives and learning from them. With the Six of Cups, transformation might involve creating new traditions, new rituals, and new memories. It might mean letting go of the old stories and writing new ones. It might mean embracing the present moment and finding joy in the simple things. And with the Seven of Wands, transformation might involve learning how to assert your boundaries in a healthy way. It might mean practicing nonviolent communication to finding ways to resolve conflict peacefully. It might mean choosing cooperation over competition to building bridges instead of walls. So, wow, right? We've covered so much ground. We've explored the themes of awakening, forgiveness, release, and transformation. And we've seen how they all relate to the Judgment card, to the Malachite dragon energy, and to the Page of Swords, the Six of Cups, and the Seven of Wands. And honestly, I'm feeling so much hope, so much excitement, and so much love for you right now. Because I know that you're capable of amazing things. I know that you have the power to create a life that's filled with joy, with purpose, and with connection. And I cannot wait to see it happen. I'm just so thrilled for what is about to come. Okay, so let's get super practical. How can you actually apply this Judgment energy to your life, starting right now? Like, what are some concrete steps you can take to embrace this transformation, to release your guarded heart, and to step into your full potential? Well, I think one of the most important things is to start with self-awareness. To take some time to reflect on your life, on your patterns, on your beliefs. To ask yourself, what's working for me? What's not working for me? What do I want to change? Like, really dig deep. And then, once you have a clearer understanding of yourself, you can start to take action. You can start to make small changes in your daily life that will lead to bigger transformations over time. Maybe it's as simple as starting a gratitude journal, to writing down 3 things you're grateful for each day. Or maybe it's as challenging as ending a toxic relationship, to cutting ties with someone who's constantly draining your energy. But whatever it is, start somewhere. Take that first step, and trust that the rest will follow. I think also it's so important to be kind to yourself, to be patient with yourself, to forgive yourself for your mistakes. To recognize that you're human, that you're not perfect, and that it's okay to make mistakes. It's all part of the learning process, so don't beat yourself up over it. Just learn from it, grow from it, and move on. And surround yourself with supportive people, with people who believe in you, who encourage you, who lift you up. Because you can't do it alone. You need a tribe. You need people who have your back, and don't be afraid to ask for help. It's a sign of strength, not weakness. It means you're willing to be vulnerable, to be honest, and to connect with others on a deeper level. You can do it, and remember the Malachite dragon. Remember that you're protected. Remember that you're loved. Remember that you're capable of amazing things. You got this. Okay, so as we integrate all of this, right, think about how judgment changes the way you approach the guarded heart. It is so cool. It's like the guarded heart wasn't necessarily a bad thing. It was a way of protecting yourself, of coping with pain. But now, with this new awareness, with this new sense of forgiveness, with this new commitment to release and transformation, you can start to dismantle those walls. You can start to open your heart to new possibilities, new connections, and new joys. You can start to live your life with more authenticity, more vulnerability, and more love. What's not to love about that? And that's really what this whole reading is about, right? It's about untangling those protective barriers, about fostering deeper connections, and about stepping into your full potential. And with the Judgment card, you're well on your way. You've taken a huge step forward, and I'm so proud of you. You're doing amazing. So, what does the immediate future look like now that you've had this awakening? What are the next steps on your journey? We're going to find out. We have more cards to pull. What else is in store for you? I'm so excited to see what comes next. Okay, so, wow, right? We have the Death card here. I know, the name is kind of scary, right? Like death. But honestly, it's not what you think. It's not usually about physical death, Unless it's really obvious in the reading, which it's not here. I mean, come on, we have the Malachite dragon, which is protection. And it's about guarded hearts, so we are not talking about physical death. Relax. So, what is the Death card about then? Well, it's about endings, right? But it's also about beginnings. It's about transformation. It's about letting go of what no longer serves you so that you can make space for something new. It's like a shedding of the old to welcome the new. It's like the snake shedding its skin, It has to get rid of the old, the outgrown, in order to grow bigger and stronger. I think that's really cool. And I think, in this context, with everything we've already talked about, the Death card is saying, okay, it's time to let go of those old patterns, those old beliefs, those old ways of being that are keeping you stuck. It's like you've been holding on to them for so long, but they're not serving you anymore. They're just weighing you down. And honestly, I think that's so true for so many of us, right? We get so attached to our comfort zones, to the things that are familiar, even if they're not good for us. And it's scary to let go. But the Death card is saying that it's necessary. It's the only way to move forward. It's the only way to truly transform. So, what kind of endings are we talking about here? Well, it could be anything, really. It could be the end of a relationship, the end of a job, the end of a phase in your life. It could be the end of a belief system, the end of a habit, the end of a way of thinking. It could be the end of anything that's no longer aligned with your true self. And sometimes, these endings are painful, right? They can be really hard to go through, especially if you're not the one initiating them. But even when they're painful, they're ultimately for your highest good, because they're clearing the way for something better to come into your life. I really believe that. And I think, the key to navigating these endings is to embrace them, to accept them, to not resist them. Because the more you resist, the more painful they'll be. It's like trying to hold onto something that's already slipping away. It's just going to cause you more pain. But if you can just let go, if you can just surrender to the process, then you'll find that it's actually a lot easier than you thought. And you'll also find that there's a lot of beauty in the ending, because every ending is also a beginning. Every death is also a rebirth. It's like a cycle, It's the natural flow of life. And I think, the Death card is also about facing your fears. It's about confronting the things that you've been avoiding. It's about stepping into the unknown. Because, let's be real, endings are scary, right? They're uncertain. They're unpredictable. You don't know what's going to happen next. And that can be really unsettling, especially if you're someone who likes to be in control. But the Death card is saying that it's okay to not know. It's okay to be uncertain. It's okay to be scared, because it's in those moments of uncertainty that you grow the most. It's in those moments of fear that you discover your true strength. I think it's so amazing. And I think, the Death card is also about transformation on a deep soul level. It's not just about changing your external circumstances. It's about changing who you are on the inside. It's about shedding those old layers of identity that are no longer serving you. It's about becoming more authentic, more aligned with your true self. And that can be a really intense process, right? It can be like a total overhaul of your life, but it's also incredibly rewarding. Because when you finally let go of all the things that are holding you back, you're free to become the person you were always meant to be. So, how does this all relate to you, specifically? Well, I think, with the Malachite Dragon energy, the Death card is saying that it's time to let go of those protective barriers that you've built around your heart. It's time to stop guarding yourself so fiercely. It's time to open yourself up to new connections, new experiences, and new possibilities. Because those walls that you've built are not just keeping the bad things out. They're also keeping the good things out. They're preventing you from fully experiencing life, from fully connecting with others, from fully loving yourself. And honestly, I think that's so sad, right? Because you deserve to experience all the good things that life has to offer. You deserve to be loved, to be connected, to be happy. And I think, the Death card is also saying that it's time to let go of those old wounds that you've been carrying around. It's time to forgive yourself and others for the things that have happened in the past. It's time to release all that anger, all that resentment, all that pain, because those wounds are not just affecting you. They're also affecting your relationships. They're preventing you from trusting others, from being vulnerable, from fully committing to love. And honestly, I think that's so unfair, right? Because you deserve to have healthy, loving relationships. You deserve to be able to trust others, to be vulnerable, to be fully committed. Okay, so let's connect this Death card energy back to the cards we already pulled, right? How does it relate to the Page of Swords, the Six of Cups, and the Seven of Wands? Because I think that's where it gets really interesting, right? Okay, so with the Page of Swords, we were talking about hesitation to speak your truth, right? And anxiety around communication. So, maybe the Death card is saying that it's time to let go of that fear. It's time to stop worrying about what other people think and just speak your mind. It's time to be authentic, to be honest, to be true to yourself. Because honestly, I think that's so liberating, right? When you finally stop caring what other people think and just start being yourself. It's like a weight is lifted off your shoulders. You feel so much lighter, so much freer. And I think, the Death card is also saying that it's time to let go of those scattered thoughts, those million ideas swirling around in your head. It's time to focus on what's really important and to communicate your ideas clearly and effectively. Because when you're clear about what you want, you're more likely to achieve it. And when you communicate effectively, you're more likely to connect with others. And with the Six of Cups, we were talking about longing for the past, right? And getting stuck in nostalgia. So, maybe the Death card is saying that it's time to let go of that idealization of the past. It's time to stop comparing your present to your past and just embrace the present moment. It's time to create new memories, new experiences, and new connections. Because honestly, I think that's so important, right? To live in the present, to appreciate what you have right now. To not get so caught up in the past or the future that you forget to enjoy the here and now. And I think, the Death card is also saying that it's time to let go of those childhood wounds, those past traumas that are still affecting you today. It's time to heal those wounds, to forgive yourself and others, and to move on. Because when you heal your past, you free yourself to create a better future. And with the Seven of Wands, we were talking about feeling attacked and having to defend yourself, right? So, maybe the Death card is saying that it's time to let go of that constant defensiveness. It's time to stop feeling like everyone is against you and just relax. It's time to trust that you're safe, that you're protected, that you're loved. Because honestly, I think that's so empowering, right? To feel safe in your own skin, to know that you can handle whatever comes your way, to trust that the universe has your back. And I think, the Death card is also saying that it's time to let go of those power struggles, those conflicts that are draining your energy. It's time to choose peace over pride, to walk away from situations that are not serving you, and to focus on what's really important. So, what does all this mean for your guarded heart? Well, I think it means that it's time to start taking down those walls, brick by brick. It's time to start opening yourself up to new possibilities, new connections, and new experiences. It's time to start trusting yourself, trusting others, and trusting the universe. Because honestly, I think that's the only way to truly heal your guarded heart. It's the only way to experience the love, the joy, and the connection that you deserve. It means killing off the old ways of thinking. Okay, so, let's get practical, right? How can you actually apply this death card energy to your life? What are some concrete steps you can take to embrace these endings, to transform yourself, and to release your guarded heart? Because it's not enough to just understand the meaning of the card, right? You have to actually do something with it. You have to put it into action. Well, I think one of the first things you can do is to identify what needs to end in your life. What are those old patterns, those old beliefs, those old ways of being that are no longer serving you? What are those relationships, those jobs, those situations that are draining your energy? What are those fears, those insecurities, those limiting beliefs that are holding you back? Take some time to really reflect on your life and to get clear about what needs to go. And don't be afraid to be honest with yourself, even if it's painful, even if it's scary. Because the more honest you are, the more effective you'll be. And then, once you've identified what needs to end, you can start to take steps to end it. This might involve having difficult conversations, making tough decisions, or taking bold actions. It might involve leaving a relationship, quitting a job, or moving to a new city. It might involve changing your mindset, challenging your beliefs, or breaking your habits. Whatever it is, be courageous, be strong, be determined, because you can do it. You have the power to create the life you want. And as you're going through these endings, remember to be kind to yourself. Remember to be patient with yourself. Remember to forgive yourself, because it's not always easy, right? Endings can be painful. They can be confusing. They can be overwhelming. And you're going to make mistakes along the way. You're going to have setbacks. You're going to doubt yourself. But that's okay. That's part of the process. Just keep going, keep learning, keep growing, and keep trusting that you're on the right path. And don't be afraid to ask for help. Reach out to your friends, your family, your therapist, your coach, or anyone else who can support you. Because you don't have to do it alone. You deserve to have support. You deserve to have guidance. You deserve to have love. And as you're embracing these endings, remember to also embrace the new beginnings that are on the horizon. Remember to be open to new possibilities, new connections, and new experiences. Remember to trust that the universe is guiding you to where you need to be. And remember to have faith in yourself. You are capable of amazing things. You have the power to create a life that's filled with joy, with purpose, and with love. So, what are some specific examples of how you can apply this death card energy to your life? Well, if you're struggling with communication, maybe it's time to end that fear of speaking your truth. Maybe it's time to start expressing yourself more openly and honestly. Maybe it's time to have that difficult conversation that you've been avoiding. It could be something as small as posting something personal on social media. If you're longing for the past, maybe it's time to end that idealization of your childhood. Maybe it's time to create new memories and new traditions. Maybe it's time to forgive those who have hurt you and to move on. If you're feeling attacked, maybe it's time to end that constant defensiveness. Maybe it's time to set boundaries with those who are draining your energy. Maybe it's time to choose peace over pride. It could be time to block someone from your life. And if you're feeling guarded, maybe it's time to end that fear of vulnerability. Maybe it's time to open yourself up to new connections. Maybe it's time to trust that you're worthy of love. Take a chance. So honestly, I think the death card is such a powerful card. It's a reminder that endings are a natural part of life. And it's an invitation to embrace those endings, to transform yourself, and to create a life that's aligned with your true self. And I think, with the Malachite Dragon energy, you have the protection and the guidance you need to navigate these changes. You are not alone. You are supported, and you are loved. So, how does the Malachite Dragon tie into all of this, right? Because we can't forget about that powerful crystal energy that's guiding this whole reading. Well, I think, the Malachite Dragon is here to protect you as you go through these endings. It's here to help you release those protective barriers that are no longer serving you. It's here to guide you to new connections and new experiences. It's like the Malachite dragon is saying, okay, it's okay to let go. It's okay to be vulnerable. I've got your back. I love that. And I think, the Malachite dragon is also here to remind you of your own strength. It's here to remind you that you're capable of anything you set your mind to. It's here to remind you that you're worthy of love, of joy, and of connection. It is so important to have that reminder. And I think, the Malachite dragon is also here to help you trust the process. It's here to help you have faith that everything is happening for your highest good. It's here to help you see the beauty in the endings and the potential in the beginnings. So, as you're navigating this death card energy, remember to connect with your Malachite dragon. Remember to feel its protection, its guidance, and its love. Remember to trust that you're on the right path. And remember to have faith in yourself. So, wow, right? We've covered so much ground. We've explored the meaning of the death card, we've connected it to the previous cards, we've talked about practical applications, and we've connected it to the Malachite dragon energy. And honestly, I'm feeling so much hope, so much excitement, and so much love for you right now. But we are not done yet. We still have one more card to pull. So, what's next? What's the next step on your journey? What's the final piece of the puzzle? I'm so excited to find out. Is it going to be smooth sailing? Is it going to be a little bit bumpy? Only the cards know. I am so stoked to see where we are headed. Okay, so the next card is the Moon. Ooh, this is interesting. This is a really, really interesting card. The Moon, it's mysterious. It's dreamy. It's all about intuition and the subconscious. It's about things that are hidden, things that are not always what they seem. It's like the opposite of clear, bright daylight, The moon shines its light on the shadows, and that can be really scary, but it can also be really illuminating. It's about uncovering hidden truths, about facing your fears, and about trusting your gut. So, right off the bat, I'm getting the sense that this card is telling you to pay attention to your intuition. To really listen to that inner voice, even if it doesn't make sense logically. Because your intuition is always guiding you, always trying to steer you in the right direction. But sometimes it's hard to hear it, right? Especially when you're caught up in your head, when you're overthinking things, when you're listening to other people's opinions. I think, the moon is saying, okay, it's time to quiet all that noise and just listen to yourself. The moon, right? It's also about the subconscious. It's about the things that are lurking beneath the surface. The things that you might not even be aware of, like your hidden fears, your repressed emotions, your unresolved traumas. And honestly, that can be a little scary, right? Because nobody wants to think about all that stuff. But the moon is saying that it's important to acknowledge those things, to bring them into the light, to heal them. Because if you don't, they're going to KEEP Chinese letter INGU, keep holding you back, keep sabotaging your efforts. So, the moon is also about illusions. It's about things not being what they seem. It's about deception, about trickery, about things that are hidden. And that can be really unsettling, right? Because it means that you can't always trust what you see, what you hear, what you think. You have to dig deeper, you have to look beneath the surface, you have to use your intuition to guide you. It's like, okay, is this person really being honest with me? Is this situation really what it seems? Am I being true to myself? And I think, the moon is also about cycles. It's about the waxing and waning of the moon, the ebb and flow of the tides, the constant changes that are happening in our lives. It's about accepting that things are always changing, that nothing stays the same forever. And that can be both scary and liberating, right? Because it means that even the bad times won't last forever, but it also means that the good times won't last forever either. It's like, okay, enjoy the good times while they're here, but also be prepared for the challenges that are inevitably coming. I think the moon is so important. So this card, right? It often shows a path leading into the distance, with a wolf and a dog howling at the moon. And a crayfish is emerging from the water in the foreground. This is, loaded with symbolism. The path, right, represents your journey, your life path. It's the road you're on, the direction you're heading. But it's not always a clear path, right? Sometimes it's winding, sometimes it's dark, sometimes it's full of obstacles. And the moon is saying that it's okay to not know exactly where you're going. It's okay to wander, to explore, to get lost. Because it's in those moments of uncertainty that you discover new things about yourself, about the world, about your purpose. And the wolf and the dog, right? They represent your wild side and your domesticated side. Your instincts and your conditioning, your fears and your desires. They're both howling at the moon, which means that they're both trying to communicate with you. They're both trying to tell you something important, but it's up to you to listen, to understand, to integrate those two sides of yourself. It's like, okay, how can I balance my wild instincts with my social conditioning? How can I embrace my fears and still pursue my dreams? And the crayfish, right? It represents your subconscious. It's the part of you that's hidden beneath the surface. The part of you that's full of emotions, of memories, of dreams. It's emerging from the water, which means that it's trying to come into your awareness. It's trying to tell you something important, but it's up to you to listen, to understand, to integrate those subconscious messages into your conscious life. It's like, okay, what are my subconscious fears telling me? What are my repressed emotions trying to reveal? What are my unresolved traumas preventing me from doing? So, like overall, the moon is a card about trusting your intuition, facing your fears, and embracing the unknown. It's a card about acknowledging your subconscious, integrating your shadow side, and finding your way through the darkness. It's a card about cycles, about change, and about transformation. And it's a card about mystery, about illusion, and about things not being what they seem. It can be a lot. I think the Malachite dragon is going to be super helpful. Okay, so how does this all relate to the previous cards and to the guarded heart theme, right? Because that's what we're really trying to figure out here. Well, I think, with the Page of Swords, the moon is saying that your hesitation to speak your truth might be rooted in some subconscious fears. Maybe you're afraid of being judged, of being rejected, of being hurt. Maybe you're afraid of what will happen if you actually speak your mind. And the moon is saying that it's time to face those fears, to acknowledge them, to understand them, and to release them, because they're not serving you anymore. They're just keeping you from expressing yourself fully and authentically. And with the Six of Cups, the moon is saying that your longing for the past might be an illusion. Maybe you're romanticizing the past, remembering only the good things and forgetting the bad. Maybe you're using the past as an escape from the present. And the moon is saying that it's important to acknowledge the past, to learn from it, and to heal from it. But it's also important to live in the present, to create new memories, and to embrace the future. And with the Seven of Wands, the moon is saying that your feeling of being attacked might be a reflection of your own insecurities. Maybe you're projecting your own fears and doubts onto others. Maybe you're creating conflict where there isn't any. And the moon is saying that it's important to examine your own beliefs, to challenge your own assumptions, and to release your need to defend yourself. Because you're not always under attack, right? Sometimes you're just imagining it. And with the Judgment card, the moon is saying that your awakening might be revealing some hidden truths about yourself. Maybe you're realizing that you've been living a lie, that you've been suppressing your true self, that you've been making choices that aren't aligned with your values. And the moon is saying that it's time to embrace those truths, to forgive yourself for your mistakes, and to start living a more authentic life. And with the Death card, the moon is saying that the endings you're experiencing might be bringing up some deep-seated emotions. Maybe you're feeling grief, sadness, anger, or fear. Maybe you're struggling to let go of what's no longer serving you. And the moon is saying that it's important to allow yourself to feel those emotions, to process them in a healthy way, and to trust that everything is happening for your highest good. So, overall, the moon is saying that your guarded heart might be rooted in some subconscious fears, illusions, and unresolved emotions. And it's time to bring those things into the light, to acknowledge them, to heal them, and to release them. Because that's the only way to truly open your heart, to trust yourself, and to connect with others on a deeper level. It really all comes down to trust. Okay, so let's get really practical, right? What can you actually do with this moon energy? How can you use it to release your guarded heart and to step into your full potential? Because it's not enough to just understand the meaning of the card, right? You have to actually do something with it. You have to put it into action. And, this is where the rubber meets the road. Well, I think one of the first things you can do is to start paying attention to your dreams. because your dreams are a direct line to your subconscious. They're a way for your subconscious to communicate with you, to show you things that you might not be aware of in your waking life. So, keep a dream journal. Write down your dreams as soon as you wake up, even if they don't make sense. And then, try to interpret them. Look for symbols, for patterns, for recurring themes. And see what your subconscious is trying to tell you. And there are tons of resources online and in books that can help you interpret your dreams. But Okay, so if you pick the fluorite palm stone, you were drawn to its balancing energy. Fluorite is all about bringing harmony and equilibrium, which is perfect because our theme today is harmonious bonds and achieving that balance in your relationships for lasting connection. It looks like we're diving into how to smooth things out and create solid, long-term relationships. And oh my gosh, these cards. Okay, so we have the Three of Cups, the Ten of Swords, and the Six of Pentacles. Like, wow, this is a roller coaster, right? So immediately, the Three of Cups is giving me, like, celebration, friendship, good times. It's all about joy and connection and, just like that feeling of being surrounded by people who love and support you. But then bam. The Ten of Swords, like total betrayal, rock bottom, the end of something. It's so dramatic, honestly, like someone got stabbed in the back. Figuratively, hopefully. But then we end with the Six of Pentacles, which is like, okay, maybe there's a way to salvage this. It's about generosity, fairness, and finding a balance in giving and receiving. So it's like we go from a party to a tragedy to a chance for redemption. Okay, buckle up, this is gonna be a ride. So let's dive into this Three of Cups. Okay, so immediately I'm seeing like a really strong bond between you and like at least two other people. This could be your besties, your family, maybe even a work squad where you actually enjoy hanging out with each other, which is like rare, right? It's giving me a very like supportive, uplifting vibe. Like you guys celebrate each other's wins, you're there for each other when things get tough, and you just genuinely enjoy each other's company. It's that kind of friendship where you can be yourselves, Like no pretending, no filters, just pure, authentic connection. And it feels really good, it feels really nourishing, it feels like, these are your people. Now the cup suit is all about emotions, right? So this Three of Cups isn't just about like surface level fun. It's about a deep emotional connection. Like you guys share your feelings, you're vulnerable with each other, and you really understand each other on a deeper level. It's like you can read each other's minds, Like you just get each other. And that's so rare and so precious, and it's something to really cherish. But okay, let's be real, no relationship is perfect, right? And even the closest friendships can hit snags. So with this Three of Cups, I'm also seeing a potential for things to get a little messy. Maybe there's some gossip, maybe there's some drama, maybe someone's feelings get hurt. It could be something small, like a misunderstanding, or it could be something bigger, like a betrayal of trust. But whatever it is, it's definitely causing some ripples in this otherwise harmonious connection. Okay, so like, picture this. You're all out celebrating something, maybe a birthday, maybe a promotion, maybe just like a random Tuesday, right? And everyone's having a great time, the drinks are flowing, the laughter is loud, and the energy is just like buzzing. But then something happens. Maybe someone says something they shouldn't, maybe someone flirts with someone else's partner, maybe someone accidentally spills a drink on someone's new dress. Whatever it is, it throws a wrench in the whole vibe. And suddenly, the air feels thick with tension. And like, you can feel the shift, It's like, oh, something's about to go down. And the thing is, with the Three of Cups, because it's such a strong connection, those little disagreements or misunderstandings can feel so much bigger. Because you care so much about these people, any kind of conflict feels like a personal attack, right? And it's easy to get defensive, it's easy to get hurt, and it's easy to let those emotions spiral out of control. And that's where things can start to get really tricky. But okay, I don't want to be all doom and gloom, because the Three of Cups is ultimately a really positive card. It's about celebrating those connections, it's about appreciating the people in your life, and it's about finding joy in shared experiences. So, even if there are some bumps in the road, the foundation is strong. And that's what's really important. Okay, so, let's say this drama does happen, right? What can you do to, navigate it and keep the peace? Well, first of all, communication is key, right? You need to be able to talk to each other honestly and openly about how you're feeling. And that means being willing to listen, even when it's hard. And it means being willing to apologize, even when you don't think you're in the wrong. Because sometimes, just saying, "I'm sorry," can make all the difference. And second of all, remember why you're friends in the first place, right? Think about all the good times you've shared, think about all the things you love about these people, and try to focus on that. Don't let one little disagreement overshadow all the amazing memories you've created together. And third of all, be willing to forgive, right? Like, everyone makes mistakes, everyone says things they regret, and everyone deserves a second chance. So, don't hold on to grudges, don't let bitterness fester, and don't let pride get in the way of reconciliation. Because honestly, life is too short to waste it on drama. Okay, so, let's say, for example, that this Three of Cups energy is playing out in a romantic relationship, right? Maybe you and your partner are, super social, you love going out with your friends, and you're always the life of the party. But then, one night, you get a little too drunk, you say something inappropriate to your partner's best friend, and suddenly, the whole dynamic shifts. Your partner is hurt, your friends are uncomfortable, and you're left feeling like, oh my God, what have I done? In that situation, the best thing you can do is to take responsibility for your actions, apologize sincerely, and give your partner the space they need to process their feelings. Don't try to brush it off, don't try to make excuses, and don't try to minimize the impact of your words. Just own it, learn from it, and move forward. Or let's say this Three of Cups energy is playing out in a work environment, right? Maybe you and your colleagues are super close, you go out for drinks after work, you share inside jokes, and you feel like you're all in it together. But then, one of you gets a promotion that the others were hopping for, and suddenly, the competition gets fierce. People start talking behind each other's backs, sabotaging each other's work, and creating a toxic atmosphere. In that situation, it's important to remember that everyone is just trying to do their best, and that jealousy and resentment are natural emotions. But it's also important to set boundaries, to communicate your expectations, and to avoid getting caught up in the drama. Focus on your own work, support your colleagues, and try to maintain a professional and respectful attitude, even when things get tense. Because ultimately, you're all on the same team, and you need to work together to achieve your goals. Okay, so the key takeaway from the Three of Cups is that connection is amazing, it's nourishing, and it's essential for our well-being. But it also requires effort, it requires communication, and it requires a willingness to forgive. So cherish those bonds, nurture those relationships, and don't let petty drama get in the way of something truly special. Because honestly, those connections are what make life worth living. But then we get to the Ten of Swords, which is whoa, talk about a buzzkill, right? This card is total devastation, the absolute worst case scenario. It's giving me betrayal, heartbreak, and just the feeling that everything is falling apart. It's the ultimate end of the road card. If the Three of Cups is all about celebration and connection, the Ten of Swords is the opposite. It's about isolation, despair, and the sense that you've been completely defeated. It's like you were riding high, feeling on top of the world, and then suddenly you get knocked down so hard that you can't even get back up. It's brutal, honestly. So, what does this mean in the context of our reading? Well, it means that whatever joy and connection you were experiencing with the Three of Cups, it's now come to a crashing halt. Something has happened that has completely shattered that bond, leaving you feeling hurt, betrayed, and utterly devastated. Okay, so, picture this. You're in the middle of that amazing party, right? Everyone's having a great time, you're laughing, you're dancing, you're feeling totally connected to the people around you. And then, suddenly, someone pulls you aside and tells you something that changes everything. Maybe they reveal a secret that someone has been hiding from you. Maybe they tell you that someone has been talking about you behind your back. Maybe they confess to something that completely destroys your trust in them. Whatever it is, it's like a bomb going off in the middle of the party. And suddenly, everything is different. The laughter stops, the music fades, and the air is thick with tension and betrayal. And you're left standing there, feeling like you've been stabbed in the back. And the thing about the Ten of Swords is that it's not just a little setback, it's a complete and utter collapse. It's not just a disagreement, it's a betrayal. It's not just a misunderstanding, it's a complete loss of trust. And that's what makes it so devastating. It's like you thought you knew these people, you thought you could rely on them, and you thought you had a strong connection with them. But now, you realize that everything you believed in was a lie. Okay, so, what could cause this kind of dramatic downfall? Well, there are a few possibilities. Maybe someone betrayed your trust in a really significant way. Maybe they cheated on you, maybe they stole from you, maybe they lied to you about something important. Or maybe it's not just one person, maybe it's a group of people who turned against you. Maybe they ganged up on you, maybe they ostracized you, maybe they spread rumors about you. Whatever it is, it's a coordinated effort to bring you down. Or maybe, and this is a little bit different, maybe the Ten of Swords represents the end of a cycle. Maybe you've been holding on to something that's no longer serving you. Maybe you've been clinging to a relationship that's toxic. Maybe you've been resisting a change that's necessary. And the universe is basically forcing you to let go. It's like you've reached the end of the road and there's no turning back. Okay, so let's say this Ten of Swords energy is playing out in a romantic relationship, right? Maybe you've been with someone for a long time and you thought you were going to be together forever. But then, you find out that they've been cheating on you for months. Or maybe they suddenly decide that they're not in love with you anymore, and they break up with you out of the blue. Whatever it is, it's completely unexpected, and it leaves you feeling shattered. In that situation, the best thing you can do is to allow yourself to grieve, to feel your emotions, and to process what's happened. Don't try to pretend that you're okay, don't try to bury your feelings, and don't try to rush the healing process. Just let yourself feel the pain and know that it's okay to be sad, to be angry, and to be confused. And it's also important to remember that you are not alone, right? So many people have gone through heartbreak and so many people have survived it. So reach out to your friends, talk to your family, and seek support from a therapist or counselor if you need it. Because it's okay to ask for help, and it's okay to lean on others during this difficult time. Or let's say this Ten of Swords energy is playing out in a work environment, right? Maybe you've been working at a company for years and you thought you were valued and respected. But then the company gets bought out by a new owner and they start making changes that completely disrupt the culture. They lay off a bunch of people, they cut salaries, and they create a cutthroat atmosphere where everyone is competing against each other. And you realize that you're no longer happy there and you decide to quit. In that situation, it's important to remember that your worth is not defined by your job and that there are other opportunities out there. Don't let the negativity of the work environment drag you down, and don't be afraid to start over. Use this as an opportunity to explore new possibilities, to develop new skills, and to find a job that truly aligns with your values and your passions. Okay, so the key takeaway from the Ten of Swords is that sometimes things fall apart and it hurts like hell. But it's also important to remember that endings can be opportunities for new beginnings, and that even in the darkest of times, there is always hope for the future. So, allow yourself to grieve, allow yourself to heal, and allow yourself to move on. Because you deserve to be happy, and you deserve to find peace. But then, just when you think it's all over, just when you think you're completely defeated, we get to the Six of Pentacles. Which is okay, maybe there's a light at the end of the tunnel after all. This card is giving me generosity, fairness, and the possibility of finding balance again. It's about giving and receiving, about helping others, and about creating a more equitable situation for everyone involved. It's okay, maybe we can salvage this. After the devastation of the Ten of Swords, the Six of Pentacles is like a breath of fresh air. It's a reminder that even when things seem hopeless, there is always the potential for healing and reconciliation. It's a reminder that even when we've been hurt, we still have the capacity to be kind, to be generous, and to be compassionate. So, what does this mean in the context of our reading? Well, it means that even though you've been through a really difficult time, even though you've experienced betrayal and heartbreak, there is still a chance to find balance and harmony again. There is still a chance to heal the wounds, to rebuild the trust, and to create a more equitable relationship with the people in your life. Okay, so, picture this. You're still reeling from that party disaster, right? You're still feeling hurt and betrayed, and you're not sure if you can ever trust those people again. But then, someone reaches out to you. Maybe it's the person who hurt you, maybe it's a mutual friend, maybe it's someone completely unexpected, and they offer you a gesture of kindness, a word of support, or a helping hand. And suddenly, you realize that not everyone is against you, and that there are still good people in the world. and that gives you a little bit of hope. And the thing about the Six of Pentacles is that it's not just about receiving help, it's also about giving it. It's about recognizing that we all have something to offer, and that we can all make a difference in the lives of others. It's about being generous with our time, our resources, and our compassion. And it's about creating a more equitable society where everyone has the opportunity to thrive. Okay, so how can you put this Six of Pentacles energy into practice in your own life? Well, there are a few different ways. Maybe you can volunteer your time at a local charity. Maybe you can donate money to a cause you believe in. Maybe you can offer support to a friend who is going through a difficult time. Or maybe you can simply be more mindful of the people around you and try to be more kind, more compassionate, and more understanding. And it's also important to remember that generosity is not just about giving material things. It's also about giving your time, your attention, and your emotional support. Sometimes, the most valuable thing you can give someone is simply to listen to them, to validate their feelings, and to let them know that you care. Okay, so let's say this Six of Pentacles energy is playing out in a romantic relationship, right? Maybe you and your partner have been fighting a lot lately, and you're both feeling stressed and disconnected. But then, you decide to make a conscious effort to be more generous with each other. You start doing small things to show your appreciation, like making breakfast in bed, leaving love notes, or offering to give a massage. And you also make a point of listening to each other's concerns, validating each other's feelings, and offering each other emotional support. And gradually, you start to reconnect, and you start to rebuild the intimacy that you've lost. In that situation, it's important to remember that generosity is not about keeping score. It's about giving freely and unconditionally. Don't expect anything in return, and don't hold onto resentments or grudges. Just focus on being kind, being compassionate, and being supportive. And trust that your generosity will be reciprocated in time. Or let's say this Six of Pentacles energy is playing out in a work environment, right? Maybe you've been feeling competitive with your colleagues, and you've been focused on climbing the corporate ladder. But then, you realize that you're not happy, and that you're missing out on the joy of collaboration and teamwork. So, you decide to change your approach, and you start being more generous with your knowledge, your skills, and your time. You offer to mentor junior colleagues, you share your expertise with others, and you collaborate on projects in a spirit of cooperation. And you find that you're not only more successful, but you're also more fulfilled. Okay, so the key takeaway from the Six of Pentacles is that generosity is a powerful force for healing, reconciliation, and creating a more equitable society. It's about giving and receiving, about helping others, and about recognizing that we all have something to offer. So, be generous with your time, your resources, and your compassion. And trust that your generosity will be reciprocated in time, because ultimately, what goes around comes around. And by giving to others, we also enrich our own lives. So, overall, this reading is like a wild ride, right? We start with the joy and connection of the Three of Cups, then we plummet into the devastation of the Ten of Swords, and finally, we find a glimmer of hope with the Six of Pentacles. It's a reminder that life is full of ups and downs, that relationships can be challenging, and that even in the darkest of times, there is always the potential for healing and reconciliation. And that fluorite palm stone you chose? It's all about balance, remember. This reading is showing you that even when things feel completely out of whack, you have the power to find your center, to create harmony, and to build lasting connections. It won't always be easy, but it will always be worth it. Because those relationships are what make life worth living, right? Okay, I'm so excited to see what the rest of the cards have to say. Are you ready to keep going? Okay, but now, here we go. But now, the Three of Wands, which is okay, after all that drama, what's next? So this card is immediately giving me, a sense of, expansion, of looking ahead, of seeing new possibilities on the horizon, It's like you've been through the ringer, you've hit rock bottom, but now you're starting to pick yourself up, dust yourself off, and look towards the future, which is exciting. So, it's all about taking that first step, that first leap of faith, and venturing out into the unknown, which is like scary, but also like super exciting, right? The wand's suit is all about action, about passion, and about taking initiative. So this Three of Wands isn't just about dreaming about the future, it's about actively creating it, you know? It's about putting your plans into motion, about taking risks, and about trusting that the universe has your back, which is really great. And it's like, after the Ten of Swords, that's a big deal, right? To even be able to think about the future in a positive way. So like, picture this. You're standing on a cliff overlooking the ocean, and you see ships sailing off into the distance, and they're carrying your hopes and dreams and your plans. You've got to let them go. You've done the work and you're going to see it pay off. You're like, okay, I'm ready for this. This is great. This is you. But you're not just standing there passively watching them go, you're actively involved in their journey. You're like charting their course, you're making sure they have the resources they need, and you're cheering them on every step of the way. You're taking a proactive role, and that's powerful. This is you. And it's that sense of like being in control of your own destiny, even when things feel uncertain. And it's like, after the Ten of Swords, you might be feeling like you have no control, you know? Like everything is just happening to you, and you're just a passenger in your own life. But the Three of Wands is saying like, no, you're not, girl. You're the captain of your own ship, and you get to decide where you're going. Which is awesome, right? But okay, let's be real, this card isn't all sunshine and rainbows, because nothing ever is, right? There's also a sense of like risk involved, of uncertainty, and of potentially facing challenges along the way. It's like you're venturing into uncharted territory, and you don't know what you're going to find there. Maybe you'll encounter obstacles, maybe you'll face setbacks, maybe you'll even get lost along the way. And that can be scary, right? Especially after you've already been through so much. But the Three of Wands is also saying that you have the strength, the resilience, and the resourcefulness to overcome any challenges that come your way, which is amazing. It's like you've already proven that you can survive the worst, and now you're ready to thrive no matter what happens. So, how does this connect to the previous cards, you know? Well, first of all, it's like a direct response to the Ten of Swords. It's saying, okay, yeah, things were really bad, but they're not bad anymore. You've hit rock bottom, but now you're starting to climb back up. It's like you've survived the storm, and now you're looking for the rainbow, you know. And it's that sense of hope, that sense of optimism, and that sense of possibility that's really driving you forward. But it's also building on the Six of Pentacles, right? Because the Six of Pentacles is all about generosity, about fairness, and about creating balance. And the Three of Wands is saying that, as you move forward, you need to continue to embody those values. You need to be generous with your time, your resources, and your compassion. You need to be fair in your dealings with others, and you need to create a situation where everyone benefits, not just yourself. It's like you've learned from your past mistakes, and you're committed to creating a better future, not just for yourself, but for everyone around you. And it's also about recognizing that you can't do it alone, right? Like, you need to build a team, you need to find allies, and you need to collaborate with others in order to achieve your goals. The Three of Wands is saying that you have the vision, the passion, and the drive to make things happen, but you also need the support and the expertise of others to help you along the way. It's like you're the captain of the ship, but you need a crew to help you navigate the waters, you know? So, it's about finding those people who believe in your vision, who share your values, and who are willing to work alongside you to create something amazing. Okay, so, like, what does this look like in practice, right? Well, it depends on the specific situation, of course. But in general, it's about taking calculated risks, about exploring new opportunities, and about being open to new experiences. It's about stepping outside of your comfort zone, about challenging yourself, and about pushing yourself to grow. And it's about trusting your intuition, about listening to your gut, and about following your heart even when it feels scary. It is also about travel. The Three of Wands could be saying, time to get out of Dodge. Like literally, get out of town. Explore a new place. See a new culture. Broaden your horizons. Maybe that's the key to unlocking this new phase for you. To go somewhere new, to meet new people, to see things from a different perspective. Or like, let's say this Three of Wands energy is playing out in a romantic relationship, right? After the Ten of Swords, you might be feeling like you never want to love again, you know? Like you're so scared of getting hurt again that you're just closing yourself off to any possibility of romance. But the Three of Wands is saying, no, don't do that. Don't let your past experiences define you. There are still so many amazing people out there, and you deserve to find love again. And it's not about rushing into anything. It's not about settling for anything less than you deserve. It's about taking your time, about being open to new possibilities, and about trusting that the right person will come along when the time is right. Maybe it's about exploring new ways of connecting with your partner, about trying new things in the bedroom, about going on new adventures together, or maybe it's about simply communicating more openly and honestly with each other. After the betrayal and hurt, the Three of Wands could be urging you to explore new relationship dynamics. Is monogamy really for you? Are you truly fulfilled in traditional relationships? Maybe it's time to explore ethical non-monogamy or polyamory, to see if different relationship structures might actually suit you better and lead to more fulfilling connections. This isn't about just jumping into something without thinking, of course. It's about exploring your options, communicating openly with your partner, and finding what truly resonates with both of you. Or let's say this Three of Wands energy is playing out in a work environment, right? After the chaos and upheaval of the Ten of Swords, you might be feeling like you want to quit your job and run away to a desert island, you know. But the Three of Wands is saying, hold on a second. Don't make any rash decisions. There might be opportunities for growth and advancement right where you are. And it's about exploring new roles within the company, about taking on new challenges, about developing new skills, and about networking with people who can help you advance your career, which is amazing. It's also about starting your own business. You have the vision, the passion, and the drive to make it happen. And now is the time to take that leap of faith and pursue your dreams. This could mean starting a side hustle, launching a full-time business, or simply taking on a passion project that you've always wanted to do. The Three of Wands is saying that the universe is supporting you and that you have the potential to create something amazing. You are going to be successful if you follow your heart. Or let's say this Three of Wands energy is playing out in a friendship, right? After the betrayal and drama of the Ten of Swords, you might be feeling like you can't trust anyone and that you're better off just isolating yourself from the world. But the Three of Wands is saying, no, that's not the answer. You need to rebuild your connections, you need to find people who support you, and you need to create a community where you feel safe and loved. And it's about reaching out to old friends, about making new friends, about joining groups or organizations that align with your interests, and about being open to new experiences with the people in your life, which is great. The Three of Wands could be a sign that it's time to expand your social circle, to reach out to people you admire, to join new groups or communities, and to be open to forming new friendships. This could lead to exciting opportunities, valuable connections, and a sense of belonging that you've been craving. So, the key takeaway from the Three of Wands is that the future is full of possibilities, and that you have the power to create the life you want, even after experiencing heartbreak and betrayal. It's about taking risks, about exploring new opportunities, about building connections, and about trusting that the universe has your back, which is so nice to keep in mind. And it's also about remembering the lessons you've learned from the past, about being generous and fair, and about creating a world where everyone benefits. So, embrace the uncertainty, embrace the adventure, and embrace the possibility of a brighter future, because it's out there waiting for you. But okay, let's talk about the challenges that might come up, right? Because it's never all smooth sailing. One of the biggest challenges with the Three of Wands is that it can be easy to get overwhelmed by all the possibilities. It's like you have so many options, so many opportunities, and so many directions you could go in that you don't know where to start, you know. And that can lead to analysis paralysis, where you just get stuck in your head, overthinking everything, and never actually taking any action. So, it's important to remember to take things one step at a time, to focus on your priorities, and to trust your intuition to guide you in the right direction. Another challenge is that you might encounter resistance from others, especially if you're trying to do something new or different. People might not understand your vision, they might not support your goals, and they might even try to sabotage your efforts. So, it's important to stay true to yourself, to believe in your dreams, and to surround yourself with people who lift you up and encourage you, rather than tear you down. And finally, it's important to be patient, right? Because success doesn't happen overnight. It takes time, it takes effort, and it takes perseverance. You might face setbacks, you might make mistakes, and you might even feel like giving up at times. But it's important to remember why you started, to stay focused on your goals, and to keep moving forward one step at a time. So, how does this all tie back to the fluorite palm stone and the theme of balance, right? Well, fluorite is all about bringing harmony and equilibrium into your life. And the Three of Wands is saying that, as you move forward, you need to find that balance between taking risks and being cautious, between being open to new possibilities and staying grounded in reality, and between pursuing your own goals and supporting the needs of others. It's about finding that sweet spot where you can thrive without sacrificing your values, your relationships, or your well-being. It's about navigating the complexities of life with grace, with wisdom, and with a deep sense of inner peace. And it's also about recognizing that balance is not a static state, it's a dynamic process. It's something that you need to constantly adjust and recalibrate as you move through life, as your circumstances change, and as your priorities evolve. It's about being flexible, about being adaptable, and about being willing to let go of what no longer serves you in order to create space for what does. Okay, so, like overall, the Three of Wands is a really powerful card about expansion, about opportunity, and about taking that first step towards a brighter future. It's about trusting yourself, about taking risks, and about building connections. And it's about remembering the lessons you've learned from the past, about being generous and fair, and about creating a world where everyone benefits. So, embrace the uncertainty, embrace the adventure, and embrace the possibility of a brighter future, because it's out there waiting for you. So, in the context of your situation, think about where you're feeling called to expand, what new opportunities are presenting themselves, and what first steps you can take towards creating the life you desire. Are you ready to leave the safety of the shore and set sail for new horizons? What does that even mean to you? What would that look like for you? Because what is becoming abundantly clear is that you are being called to start thinking outside of the box and to consider new options. You have everything you need to be successful, so have a little faith in yourself. You can do this. Okay, what are the specifics here, though? Okay, let's zoom in a little more. Let's break this down into those different areas of life we were talking about before, those relationships, work, and friendship scenarios. Let's say you're navigating a friendship that was impacted by that Ten of Swords energy, that betrayal. The Three of Wands here is asking you to consider what it would look like to expand your capacity for forgiveness. To consider, from a distance, with a bit of space, what you can learn from that situation, and if there is a path forward, not necessarily to reconciliation, but to a place of peace. To not allow that situation to define your future friendships. To allow yourself to be open to new connections, while still honoring the lessons you learned. Is there a group you can join? A new hobby you can explore that will introduce you to new people? Or maybe it's about expanding your definition of friendship itself. What do you truly need from a friend? Are you placing unrealistic expectations on the people in your life? And in the realm of career, with the Three of Wands, maybe it's time to look beyond your current role and consider how you can expand your skill set. Are there online courses you can take? Workshops you can attend? Mentors you can seek out? This isn't just about climbing the corporate ladder. It's about becoming a more well-rounded, versatile professional. And that could even mean exploring entrepreneurship. What skills do you have that you could monetize? What problems can you solve for others? The Three of Wands here is urging you to think big and to take calculated risks to create the career you truly desire. Finally, with love, after the potential devastation of the Ten of Swords, the Three of Wands is gently encouraging you to expand your heart again. This doesn't mean jumping into a new relationship right away, but it does mean being open to the possibility of love. It could mean trying online dating, attending social events, or simply putting yourself out there more. It also means expanding your understanding of what love means to you. Are you looking for a soulmate? Or are you open to exploring different types of connections? Are you prioritizing passion over compatibility? The Three of Wands is inviting you to redefine love on your own terms and to create space for a relationship that truly aligns with your values and needs. Okay, so no matter which area of your life this resonates with, I really feel like the Three of Wands is guiding you toward expansion, exploration, and a renewed sense of hope. It's time to take those first steps towards creating a future that is aligned with your highest potential. And it's time to trust that you have the strength, the resilience, and the wisdom to navigate whatever challenges may come your way. I'm feeling like the next card is going to bring even more clarity around which path to take and what specific actions you can take to manifest your dreams. Are you ready for this? I am. Okay, so are you ready for this? Because wow, this next card, it's a big one we have. The Devil, whoa. Okay, so deep breaths, right? Because the Devil card, it can be scary, but it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's definitely not all doom and gloom. It just means we have to look at some, shadow aspects of ourselves, maybe some unhealthy attachments, some things that are holding you back, you know? It's all about, restriction, addiction, and maybe even some, negative thought patterns. So, don't freak out, okay? We're just gonna dive in and see what's going on. So, immediately, I'm getting this vibe of, being trapped, right? Feeling stuck in a situation that you know isn't good for you, but you just can't seem to break free, you know? It could be a relationship, it could be a job, it could be a habit, but whatever it is, it's got a hold on you, and it's making it really hard to move forward. It's like you're chained to something, but the chains are loose enough that you could technically break free, but you're choosing not to for whatever reason. It's like you're comfortable in your discomfort, which is, such a human thing, right? But it's also, not ideal. And, the thing about the Devil card is that it's often about our own self-imposed limitations, you know? We think we're trapped by external forces, but really, we're the ones holding ourselves back. We're the ones choosing to stay in the situation, even though it's making us miserable. And that's a tough pill to swallow, right? Because it means we have to take responsibility for our own choices, and we have to admit that we're the ones creating our own suffering. Okay, so let's talk about addiction, right? Because that's a big theme with the Devil card. And when I say addiction, I don't just mean drugs or alcohol, although it could definitely be that. But it could also be an addiction to work, an addiction to social media, an addiction to drama, an addiction to, anything that you use to escape from your problems, you know. It's anything that you turn to when you're feeling stressed, when you're feeling anxious, when you're feeling lonely, and it's something that you know is bad for you, but you just can't seem to stop, you know? It's like a crutch that you rely on to get through the day, but it's also slowly destroying you from the inside out. And the thing about addictions is that they often stem from a deeper issue, you know? They're a way of coping with unresolved trauma, with unhealed wounds, with unmet needs. And until you address those underlying issues, it's really hard to break free from the addiction. So, the Devil card is urging you to take a look at what you're using to numb yourself, what you're using to avoid your feelings, and what you're really craving underneath all of that. And then there's the whole restriction thing, right? Because the Devil card can also represent feeling restricted, feeling controlled, feeling like you don't have any freedom. It could be that you're in a relationship where your partner is really controlling, where they're always telling you what to do, where they're always criticizing you, where they're always trying to keep you in line. Or it could be that you're in a job where your boss is a micromanager, where they're always breathing down your neck, where they're always demanding more from you, where they're never satisfied with your work. Or it could be that you're just feeling restricted by your own limiting beliefs, by your own fears, by your own insecurities. It's like you're living in a cage, and you don't even realize that you have the key to unlock it. And the thing about restriction is that it can lead to resentment, it can lead to anger, it can lead to feeling trapped and hopeless. And that's why it's so important to identify what's restricting you, what's holding you back, and what you can do to break free. So, let's connect this back to the previous cards, right? Because we started with the Three of Cups, which was all about joy and connection, but then we had the Ten of Swords, which was all about betrayal and devastation. And now we have the devil, which is like, okay, maybe that betrayal led you down a dark path, you know. Maybe it caused you to develop some unhealthy coping mechanisms. Maybe it caused you to become more cynical, more distrustful, more guarded. It's like the pain of that experience has trapped you in a cycle of negativity, and you're having a hard time breaking free. And maybe the Six of Pentacles, that glimmer of hope, maybe you're trying to be generous and fair, but you're also feeling resentful. You're also feeling like you're giving more than you're receiving. You're also feeling like you're being taken advantage of. And that resentment is fueling your negative thoughts, and it's making it harder to find that balance. And then the Three of Wands is like telling you to expand, to explore new possibilities, but you're feeling held back by your fears, by your insecurities, by your past experiences. It's like you want to move forward, but you're afraid of getting hurt again. You're afraid of failing. You're afraid of putting yourself out there. And that fear is keeping you stuck in your comfort zone, even though your comfort zone is actually really uncomfortable. Okay, so we've talked about the obvious interpretations of the Devil card, but let's dig a little deeper, right? Because there's always more to the story. One of the things that the Devil card often represents is our shadow self, you know. Like those parts of ourselves that we don't like to acknowledge, those parts of ourselves that we try to hide from the world, those parts of ourselves that we're ashamed of. It could be our anger, our jealousy, our greed, our selfishness, our insecurities, our fears. All those things that we try to suppress, but they're still there, lurking beneath the surface. And the thing about our shadow self is that it can be really destructive if we don't acknowledge it, if we don't integrate it, if we don't learn to work with it. Because when we try to suppress our shadow self, it just gets stronger, it just becomes more powerful, and it eventually erupts in ways that we can't control. So, the Devil card is urging you to get to know your shadow self, to embrace your imperfections, to accept your flaws, and to recognize that those darker aspects of yourself are just as much a part of you as your lighter aspects. It's about integrating all parts of yourself so that you can become a more whole, more authentic, more empowered person. This isn't always easy. It can be really uncomfortable and scary, because who wants to look at those parts of themselves that they don't like? But it's essential for personal growth and for breaking free from the chains that are holding you back. So, ask yourself, what are you most ashamed of? What are you most afraid of? What are you trying to hide from the world? And then, instead of judging yourself, try to understand where those feelings are coming from, what purpose they serve, and how you can work with them in a more constructive way. And then there's the whole issue of unhealthy attachments, right? Because the Devil card is often about being attached to things that are not good for us, whether it's people, places, things, or ideas. It could be that you're attached to a relationship that's toxic, even though you know it's making you miserable. It could be that you're attached to a job that's soul-crushing, even though you know it's not fulfilling your potential. It could be that you're attached to a certain image of yourself, even though it's not authentic to who you really are. It's like you're clinging to something that's familiar, even though it's hurting you, because you're afraid of letting go, you're afraid of the unknown, you're afraid of what might happen if you break free. And the thing about unhealthy attachments is that they drain your energy, they limit your growth, and they prevent you from living your fullest potential. They keep you stuck in a cycle of negativity, and they make it harder to find joy and happiness. So, the Devil card is urging you to examine your attachments, to identify what's holding you back, and to be willing to let go of anything that's not serving your highest good. This doesn't mean you have to, completely cut people out of your life or quit your job tomorrow. But it does mean that you need to start creating some distance, setting some boundaries, and reevaluating your priorities. It's about recognizing that you deserve to be happy, you deserve to be fulfilled, and you deserve to be free from anything that's holding you back. And sometimes, the hardest thing to do is to let go of what's familiar, even if it's not good for us. But it's also the most liberating thing we can do. Okay, so let's talk about power dynamics, right? Because the Devil card can also represent unhealthy power dynamics in relationships, where one person is controlling and manipulative, and the other person is feeling powerless and trapped. It could be that you're in a relationship where your partner is always trying to control you, where they're always gaslighting you, where they're always making you feel like you're not good enough. Or it could be that you're in a work environment where your boss is a bully, where they're always intimidating you, where they're always taking credit for your work. Or it could be that you're in a family situation where one person is always dominating the conversation, where they're always making the decisions, where they're always dismissing your opinions. And the thing about unhealthy power dynamics is that they erode your self-esteem, they make you feel like you're not worthy, and they can even lead to abuse, whether it's emotional, verbal, or even physical. So, the Devil card is urging you to recognize when you're in an unhealthy power dynamic, and to take steps to reclaim your power. This might mean setting boundaries, it might mean speaking up for yourself, it might mean seeking support from others, or it might even mean leaving the situation altogether. It's about recognizing that you have the right to be treated with respect, you have the right to be heard, and you have the right to make your own choices. And it's about refusing to tolerate anyone who tries to control you, manipulate you, or diminish your worth. This can be a really challenging process, especially if you've been in this dynamic for a long time, but it's essential for your well-being and for creating healthy relationships. So, ask yourself, where do you feel powerless? Who is trying to control you? And what can you do to reclaim your power? But okay, it's also not always about other people, right? Sometimes the unhealthy power dynamic is within ourselves. Sometimes we're the ones who are being controlling, manipulative, or dominating. Sometimes we're the ones who are using our power in a negative way. And that's something we need to be honest with ourselves about, too. Maybe you're being too controlling in your relationship. Maybe you're trying to micromanage your partner. Maybe you're not giving them enough space to be themselves. Or maybe you're being too domineering at work. Maybe you're not listening to your colleagues. Maybe you're not giving them enough credit for their ideas. Or maybe you're being too judgmental of yourself. Maybe you're setting unrealistic standards. Maybe you're not allowing yourself to make mistakes. And the thing about using power in a negative way is that it ultimately backfires, it damages your relationships, and it prevents you from growing as a person. So, the Devil card is urging you to examine how you're using your power, and to make sure you're using it in a responsible and ethical way. It's about being mindful of the impact you have on others, it's about being respectful of their boundaries, and it's about using your power to uplift and empower them, rather than control and manipulate them. And finally, the Devil card is all about choices, right? Because ultimately, we always have a choice, even when it doesn't feel like it. We can choose to stay in the situation, or we can choose to break free. We can choose to be a victim, or we can choose to be a survivor. We can choose to be controlled by our fears, or we can choose to overcome them. We can choose to stay stuck in our patterns, or we can choose to create new ones. And the thing about choices is that they have consequences, you know? Every choice we make shapes our lives, and every choice we make either moves us closer to our goals or further away from them. So, the Devil card is urging you to be mindful of your choices, to weigh the pros and cons, and to make decisions that align with your values and your highest good. It's about recognizing that you have the power to create your own reality, and that your choices are the building blocks of that reality. So, ask yourself, what choices are you making that are keeping you stuck? What choices can you make to break free? And what kind of life do you want to create for yourself? Okay, so, let's get practical, right? Let's talk about some real-life scenarios where this devil energy might be playing out. Let's say you're in a romantic relationship where you're constantly fighting with your partner. You're always arguing about the same things, you're always blaming each other, and you're starting to feel like you're trapped in a cycle of negativity. The Devil card here might be telling you that you're both addicted to the drama, that you're both using the fighting as a way to avoid dealing with the real issues in your relationship. It might be telling you that you're both clinging to unhealthy patterns of communication, and that you need to break free from those patterns in order to create a healthier dynamic. Or it might be telling you that one of you is being controlling and manipulative, and that the other one is feeling powerless and trapped. In that case, the Devil card is urging you to address the power imbalance, to set boundaries, and to reclaim your power. It's about recognizing that you both deserve to be treated with respect and that you both need to be willing to work together to create a more equitable relationship. Or, let's say you're in a job where you're feeling overworked, underpaid, and unappreciated. You're constantly stressed out, you're constantly putting in long hours, and you're starting to feel like you're burning out. The Devil card here might be telling you that you're addicted to the validation you get from your work, that you're using your job as a way to avoid dealing with your personal problems. It might be telling you that you're clinging to the security of your paycheck, even though you know your job is making you miserable. Or it might be telling you that you're feeling restricted by your boss, that you're not being given the opportunity to grow and develop, and that you need to find a new job that's more fulfilling. In that case, the Devil card is urging you to reevaluate your priorities, to set boundaries between your work and your personal life, and to find a way to bring more balance into your life. It's about recognizing that your worth is not defined by your job, and that you deserve to be happy and fulfilled in your career. Or let's say you're struggling with a personal habit that you know is bad for you, like smoking, drinking, or overeating. You've tried to quit before, but you always end up relapsing. The Devil card here might be telling you that you're using this habit as a way to numb your feelings, to avoid dealing with your emotions, or to escape from your problems. It might be telling you that you're clinging to this habit because it gives you a sense of comfort or control, even though you know it's damaging your health. Or it might be telling you that you're feeling restricted by your own self-limiting beliefs, that you don't believe you have the power to change, and that you need to challenge those beliefs in order to break free. In that case, the Devil card is urging you to seek support from others, to identify the underlying causes of your addiction, and to develop healthier coping mechanisms. It's about recognizing that you have the power to change your habits, and that you deserve to live a healthy and fulfilling life. Okay, so, how does this all tie back to that fluorite palm stone, right? Because remember, fluorite is all about balance and harmony. And the Devil card is the opposite of that, right? It's all about imbalance, about restriction, about addiction, about negativity. So, the key here is to use the fluorite to help you find your center, to help you break free from those chains, and to help you create more balance in your life. It's about recognizing where you're out of alignment, where you're giving too much or too little, and where you need to make adjustments in order to create more harmony. It's about using the fluorite to help you connect with your intuition, to help you make wise choices, and to help you trust your own inner guidance. So, overall, the Devil card is a reminder that we all have the potential for both good and evil within us, and that it's up to us to choose which path we want to follow. It's a reminder that we're not perfect, that we all have our flaws and imperfections, but that we also have the power to overcome our challenges and to create a better life for ourselves. It's a reminder that we're not victims of our circumstances, but that we're the creators of our own reality. And it's a reminder that we always have a choice, even when it doesn't feel like it. So, use this card as an opportunity to examine your life, to identify what's holding you back, and to make a conscious decision to break free from those chains. And trust that you have the strength, the courage, and the wisdom to create the life you truly desire. Okay, so, I'm super curious to see what the next card is going to be, because it feels like we're at a turning point here. We've acknowledged the darkness, we've identified the challenges, and now it's time to see what steps you can take to move forward. Are you ready for this? Because I am. Okay, so, I am seriously ready. Are you ready? Okay, here we go. Temperance, okay. Temperance, oh my gosh, okay, after the Devil? This is, the perfect card, honestly. Okay, so, deep breaths, right? Because this is, such a beautiful card about, finding balance, finding harmony, finding peace, It's all about, moderation, patience, and, combining different elements to create something amazing. It's okay, we've been through the darkness, we've faced our demons, and now we're ready to, heal and integrate, I'm, so excited about this card. I definitely think you're reconnecting to your, inner peace in a powerful way. I think you are going to be experiencing a lot more, calm, and also I think you're going to be getting a lot more, clarity, especially if you've been feeling confused or overwhelmed. You might find that you are just, able to see things more clearly again. You may have been worried, like, if you've been dealing with, like, anxiety or stress or just a lack of peace in general, I think that you are gaining a lot of inner peace. Not only that, but I think you're looking at life through a fresh set of eyes that are more compassionate, eyes that are more understanding of yourself and looking at the world not as, what if things go wrong? But rather, okay, let's take a breath and see what we can do. Let's find a way to make this work. Let's go for something that we've been wanting to work towards, but let's do it in a balanced way. I also think that, like, you're going to find that yow oven if you've been doing something like, say for example, maybe you've been like super stressed at work for years, so you may be looking at things with a more like balanced mindset. Or you may be approaching your work in a newer way that is more like sustainable and rejuvenating. So like, maybe you have defined yourself as only like a workaholic in the past, and now you're saying, maybe like taking breaks and having a life outside of work is something that could also bring me joy. So now you are incorporating new like habits or new like routines that is not only allowing what you're already doing to be more like fresh, but also I think you may be rekindling your love for like self-care and like relaxation. I also think that you are going to find that you just feel more like centered in general. Like you feel more like grounded and balanced, and I think that calmness is going to be a bit like contagious. I think other people are also going to notice that shift in you, and they're going to be inspired by your like peace as well. If one of your dreams is to be able to like create harmony in your life and in the lives of others, that is exactly what's coming in for you. Like that is a big thing where you may find that you have the ability to like calm situations, and they really resonate with people in powerful ways. I think one thing you need to know is that you have a very like calming presence. As you are shifting into this energy, and as it's coming to you, one thing that you may struggle with is just that like impatience that comes with like change of, oh, why isn't this happening faster? Or, oh, maybe this isn't working. Or, oh, maybe I should just give up or something like that. Instead, you're going to be like, no, you know what, it takes time. No, you know what, I'm going to be patient with myself. No, you know what, this is a process and I'm going to enjoy the journey. Okay, so like, what does this card even mean in like relation to the other cards, right? So we have the Three of Cups, which is like all about like connection and joy, right? But then we had the Ten of Swords, which is like a total bummer, right? And then the Six of Pentacles is like a little bit of hope, like maybe we can like find some balance again. But then we get the Devil, which is like, oh no, like we're trapped in these patterns. But now we have Temperance, which is like the antidote to all of that, right? It's like, okay, we've been through all of this, and now we can find a way to integrate all of these experiences, to find a way to create like harmony out of chaos, It's like we can take the good and the bad and mix it all together to create something beautiful, which is like amazing. It's like you are literally alchemizing all of this stuff in your life and becoming better, more whole, more healed because of it. And that's what Temperance is all about. It's about taking all the different parts of yourself and bringing them together in a way that creates like balance and harmony. It's about finding that middle ground, that like sweet spot where you can like be yourself and also like be in alignment with the world around you. And like remember that fluorite palm stone, right? The one you picked at the beginning, because that's like totally coming into play here. Because fluorite is all about balance, right? And Temperance is like the embodiment of balance. So like, it's like you knew this was coming, Like you intuitively picked the stone that was going to help you navigate this whole situation, which is like so cool. It's like your higher self was like guiding you, And the thing about fluorite is that it helps you like clear out all the mental clutter, all the like negative thoughts, all the like limiting beliefs that are holding you back. And it helps you like see things more clearly, which is exactly what Temperance is all about. It's about finding that clarity, about finding that focus, about finding that like inner peace that allows you to make wise decisions and to move forward with confidence. Okay, so like, how can you actually like put this Temperance energy into practice in your life, right? Because it's not just about like thinking about it, it's about like doing it. So like one thing you can do is to start like practicing moderation in all areas of your life, you know? Like, don't go to extremes, don't overdo things, don't deprive yourself of things. Just find that middle ground where you can, like, enjoy things without going overboard. So, like, if you're trying to eat healthier, don't, like, completely cut out all the foods you love. Just, like, eat them in moderation, you know? If you're trying to save money, don't, like, completely stop spending money. Just, like, be more mindful of your spending and make sure you're not overspending. If you're trying to work less, don't, like, completely quit your job. Just, like, set some boundaries and make sure you're not working too much. It's all about finding that, like, balance where you can, like, enjoy life without, like, sacrificing your well-being. And another thing you can do is to start, like, practicing patience, you know. Like, things don't always happen as quickly as we want them to. And sometimes we just have to be patient and trust that things are unfolding in the right way, you know? Like, don't get discouraged if you don't see results immediately. Just keep, like, putting in the effort and trust that things will eventually work out. And don't, like, get frustrated when things don't go according to plan. Just, like, be flexible and adaptable and be willing to adjust your plans as needed. It's all about, like, trusting the process and knowing that everything is happening for a reason, even if you don't understand it at the time. And another thing you can do is to start, like, combining different elements to create something amazing, you know? Like, think about your skills, your talents, your interests, your passions, and see how you can combine them in new and creative ways to create something that's, like, uniquely you. So, like, if you're a writer and you're also interested in, like, photography, maybe you can start a blog where you write about your photography experiences, you know. If you're a musician and you're also interested in, like, yoga, maybe you can start teaching yoga classes with live music, you know. It's all about, like, finding those unexpected combinations that can create something really special and meaningful. And, like, let's connect this to some specific situations, right? Because that always helps to, like, make it more real. So, like, let's say you're in a relationship where you and your partner have been fighting a lot, right? The Temperance card is telling you to, like, find a way to, like, compromise, to find a way to, like, see things from each other's perspectives, and to find a way to, like, communicate more effectively. It's about, like, blending your energies together to create a more harmonious relationship. So, like, maybe you can try, like, couples therapy, or maybe you can just, like, make a conscious effort to, like, listen to each other more and to, like, validate each other's feelings. It's about, like, finding that middle ground where you can both feel heard and understood. And it's also about, like, being patient with each other, because it takes time to heal from conflict, and it takes time to rebuild trust. So, like, don't expect things to change overnight. Just, like, keep putting in the effort and trust that things will eventually get better. Or, like, let's say you're at work and you're feeling, like, super stressed and overwhelmed, right? The Temperance card is telling you to, like, find a way to, like, balance your work life and your personal life, to find a way to, like, prioritize your well-being, and to find a way to, like, manage your time more effectively. It's about, like, blending your work responsibilities with your self-care needs to create a more sustainable and fulfilling life. So, like, maybe you can try, like, setting boundaries between your work and your Hey there, friend. Welcome to your reading. Thanks so much for being here and trusting me with your energy tonight. If you chose the Hematite Moon, get ready, because this is going to be all about clarity, like really seeing things for what they are. Hematite is so good for grounding and bringing clarity, like a mirror reflecting back what you need to see, you know. And with the theme being reflected truth, unveiling hidden aspects of your connection, this reading is all about shining a light on those things that might be a little murky, so you can understand your connection on a much deeper level. Okay, deep breaths, let's get into these cards. All right, first up, we have the Empress. Oh, wow. This card is all about nurturing, abundance, creation, and the heart of everything. It's the ultimate feminine energy, like think Mother Earth, you know? So, in the context of your connection, this is telling me that at the heart of it all, there is this incredible potential for growth and nurturing. It's about really fostering the connection, tending to it like a garden, making sure it has everything it needs to flourish. And when I say connection, remember this could be a romantic connection, a friendship, a family bond, even a connection with yourself, you know? So let's break this down a little bit. The Empress is all about abundance, right? So this could mean that your connection has the potential to bring so much joy and fulfillment into your life. It's like a wellspring of positive energy, always giving and giving. But here's the thing, abundance isn't just about receiving. It's also about giving back. It's about contributing to the connection, pouring your own love and energy into it, making sure it's a reciprocal thing. You can't just expect to receive all the time, you know? It's like you have to water the plants to see them grow. And that brings me to the nurturing aspect. The Empress is like the ultimate caregiver. She's all about providing comfort, support, and unconditional love. So, this card could be telling you that your connection needs some extra TLC right now. Maybe there have been some challenges or difficulties lately, and it's time to really focus on nurturing the bond, offering compassion and understanding. It's about creating a safe and supportive space where everyone feels comfortable being themselves, you know, no judgment, just pure acceptance. Now, the creation aspect is super interesting. The Empress is all about bringing things into being, whether it's a new idea, a new project, or even a new phase in your connection. So, this could be a sign that your connection is ready to evolve, to move to the next level. Maybe it's time to start a family, or move in together, or just deepen your commitment to each other. It could also be something less tangible, like creating a new shared experience, a new tradition, or a new way of communicating with each other. The possibilities are endless, really. But here's where the reflected truth theme comes in. Sometimes, we can get so caught up in the idea of what we want our connection to be that we forget to see it for what it really is. We might idealize our partner, or our friend, or our family member, and ignore their flaws or shortcomings. We might also ignore our own needs and desires in the process, sacrificing our own happiness for the sake of the connection. And the Empress, while being all about nurturing and abundance, can sometimes lead us into complacency. We can get so comfortable in our roles that we stop growing, stop evolving. We stop seeing the truth. So, the Empress here is a call to action, in a way. It's a reminder to stay present, to stay grounded, and to really see your connection for what it is, both the good and the bad. It's about acknowledging the challenges, addressing the issues, and working together to create a stronger, more authentic bond. It's about being honest with yourself and with each other, even when it's uncomfortable. Because ultimately, that's the only way to truly nurture a connection and allow it to flourish. Think about it this way. If you're constantly watering a plant that's not getting enough sunlight, it's never going to thrive, right? You need to address the underlying issue, move the plant to a sunnier spot, and give it the conditions it needs to grow. It's the same with your connection. If there are underlying issues that are not being addressed, it will continue to struggle, no matter how much you try to nurture it. So, be brave, be honest, and be willing to face the truth, even if it's a little scary. And remember, the Hematite Moon is here to help you with that clarity. It's like a spotlight, shining on those hidden areas, revealing what needs to be seen. So, trust your intuition, pay attention to your feelings, and be open to receiving guidance from the universe. You have all the tools you need to navigate this journey, you really do. The Empress is just reminding you of your own inner strength and wisdom. You are the creator of your own reality, and you have the power to shape your connection into something truly beautiful and fulfilling. Okay, so that's the Empress. So we've got nurturing, abundance, creation, and the heart of the matter. Now, let's move on to the Six of Swords. This is where things get interesting because this card is all about transition. This card is all about moving on. This card is all about leaving something behind and heading towards something new. So how does that fit in with the Empress and this theme of reflected truth? Well, let's see. The Six of Swords often depicts a boat, right? Usually, you see people in a boat and they're moving away from a stormy shore towards calmer waters. The stormy shore represents the challenges and difficulties that you're leaving behind, and the calmer waters represent the hope and promise of a brighter future. So, in the context of your connection, this could be a sign that you're ready to move on from a difficult phase, to leave behind the negativity and the struggles, and to embrace a new chapter filled with peace and harmony. But here's the thing, leaving something behind isn't always easy. It can be scary, it can be painful, and it can require a lot of courage. You might be attached to the past, even if it wasn't always good. You might be afraid of the unknown, unsure of what lies ahead. You might also feel guilty or responsible for the problems that led to the need for this transition. But the Six of Swords is telling you that it's okay to let go. It's okay to move on. It's okay to prioritize your own well-being and happiness. Sometimes, the most loving thing you can do for yourself and for the other person is to release the connection, to allow it to transform into something different, or even to end it altogether. And that can be a really hard pill to swallow, you know. Especially when you've invested so much time and energy into the connection. But if it's no longer serving you, if it's no longer bringing you joy, then it's time to consider whether it's really worth holding on to. And that ties back to the Empress, right? Because the Empress is all about nurturing, but you can't nurture something that is fundamentally broken. You have to be willing to let go of what's not working in order to create space for something new to grow. Now, the Six of Swords isn't always about ending a connection. It can also represent a shift in perspective, a change in attitude, or a new way of relating to each other. Maybe you've been stuck in a certain pattern of behavior and you're finally ready to break free. Maybe you've been holding onto resentment or anger and you're finally ready to forgive. Maybe you've been afraid to express your true feelings and you're finally ready to be vulnerable. Whatever it is, the Six of Swords is encouraging you to embrace change, to be open to new possibilities, and to trust that the universe has your back. It's about surrendering to the flow of life, knowing that everything is happening for a reason, even if you don't understand it at the time. It's about having faith that you're being guided towards something better, something more aligned with your true purpose and your highest good. So, how does this relate to the reflected truth theme? Well, the Six of Swords can be a mirror, reflecting back to you your own resistance to change. It can show you where you're holding on too tightly, where you're clinging to the past, and where you're afraid to let go. It can also reveal your own limiting beliefs and assumptions about the connection, the other person, and yourself. Maybe you believe that you're not worthy of love, or that you'll never find happiness, or that you're destined to be alone. These beliefs can hold you back from creating the kind of connection you truly desire. So, the Six of Swords is inviting you to challenge these beliefs, to question their validity, and to replace them with more empowering and positive ones. It's about rewriting your story, creating a new narrative that supports your growth and your well-being. Think about it like decluttering your house, you know? You have to be willing to get rid of the old, the broken, and the unnecessary in order to make space for the new, the beautiful, and the functional. It's the same with your connection. You have to be willing to let go of the old patterns, the old hurts, and the old resentments in order to create space for a new and healthier relationship to emerge. And sometimes, that decluttering process can be painful. You might have to confront some difficult emotions, face some uncomfortable truths, and make some tough decisions. But it's all worth it in the end, because it will lead you to a place of greater peace, greater freedom, and greater joy. So, trust the process, be patient with yourself, and know that you're not alone. The universe is supporting you every step of the way. So, to bring it all together, the Empress is the heart of the connection, the nurturing force, and the Six of Swords is the transition, the moving on. They work together to create a dynamic and ever-evolving relationship. They remind you that connections are not static, they are constantly changing and transforming. And it's up to you to navigate these changes with grace, courage, and honesty. Remember that, okay? All right, so we've covered the Empress and the Six of Swords. Now, let's get to the really juicy stuff. Let's dive into the Moon. Ooh, the Moon. This card is all about illusions, secrets, the subconscious, and things that are hidden, right? This is where we really get to that reflected truth that we've been talking about. So, how does the Moon fit in with the Empress and the Six of Swords? Well, buckle up, because this is going to be a wild ride. The Moon card often depicts a dark and mysterious landscape, illuminated only by the pale light of the moon. There's usually a wolf or a dog howling at the moon, and a crayfish crawling out of the water. The whole scene is shrouded in an air of uncertainty and mystery. It's like you're not quite sure what's real and what's not, you know? It's like you're walking through a dream and anything could happen. So, in the context of your connection, the moon could be telling you that there are hidden aspects that you're not seeing, things that are lurking beneath the surface. It could be secrets, lies, repressed emotions, or even just misunderstandings. It could also be your own fears and insecurities, projected onto the other person or onto the connection itself. The moon is all about those things that we try to hide from ourselves, those things that we don't want to acknowledge. But here's the thing, those hidden aspects have a way of influencing our reality, whether we're aware of them or not. They can create confusion, anxiety, and even conflict in our relationships. They can also hold us back from experiencing true intimacy and connection. So, the moon is inviting you to shine a light on those hidden areas, to explore the depths of your subconscious, and to bring those hidden aspects into the light of day. And that can be a scary process, you know. It's like you're venturing into the unknown, confronting your own demons, and facing your deepest fears. But it's also incredibly liberating, because once you acknowledge those hidden aspects, you can begin to heal them, to integrate them, and to move forward with greater clarity and authenticity. It's about embracing your whole self, flaws and all, and accepting yourself unconditionally. Now, the moon isn't always about negative things. It can also represent intuition, creativity, and psychic abilities. It can be a sign that you're highly sensitive and attuned to the energies around you. It can also be a reminder to trust your gut feelings, to listen to your inner voice, and to pay attention to your dreams. Your intuition can guide you through the darkness and help you uncover those hidden truths. So, how does this relate to the Empress and the Six of Swords? Well, the moon can reveal the hidden motivations behind the Empress's nurturing and the Six of Swords' transition. Maybe the Empress is nurturing out of a sense of obligation or guilt, rather than genuine love. Maybe the Six of Swords is transitioning out of fear or avoidance, rather than courage and hope. The moon can help you see these hidden motivations and make more conscious choices. Think about it this way. Imagine you're trying to navigate a dark forest, right? The Empress is like your compass, guiding you towards your destination. The Six of Swords is like your vehicle, helping you move forward. But the moon is like the terrain, the hidden obstacles, and the unexpected twists and turns. You need to be aware of the terrain in order to navigate the forest safely and effectively. And sometimes, the terrain can be treacherous. You might encounter hidden traps, dangerous creatures, or confusing illusions. But if you trust your intuition, stay alert, and keep moving forward, you'll eventually reach your destination. And when you do, you'll be stronger, wiser, and more resilient than ever before. You'll have a deeper understanding of yourself, of the other person, and of the connection itself. So, the moon is really encouraging you to embrace the unknown, to be open to the mysteries of life, and to trust that everything is unfolding exactly as it should. It's about surrendering to the flow, letting go of control, and allowing the universe to guide you. It's also about being kind to yourself, forgiving yourself for your mistakes, and celebrating your successes. You're on a journey of self-discovery, and the moon is here to illuminate the path. Now, let's talk about those illusions for a second, because they are a big part of the moon card, okay? Illusions are like filters that distort our perception of reality. They can be created by our own fears, insecurities, and limiting beliefs, or they can be imposed on us by other people or by society. They can make us see things that aren't really there, or blind us to things that are right in front of our faces. In the context of your connection, illusions can manifest in many ways. Maybe you're idealizing the other person, seeing them as perfect and ignoring their flaws. Maybe you're clinging to a fantasy of what the connection could be, rather than accepting it for what it is. Maybe you're believing lies or half-truths about the other person, or about yourself. The moon is inviting you to shatter those illusions, to see through the smoke and mirrors, and to embrace the truth, even if it's painful. It's about taking off the rose-colored glasses and seeing the connection with clear and honest eyes. It's also about being honest with yourself about your own needs, desires, and limitations. You can't build a healthy connection on a foundation of lies and illusions, you know? It will eventually crumble. So, how do you shatter those illusions? Well, it starts with self-awareness. You need to become aware of your own patterns of thinking, feeling, and behaving. You need to identify your triggers, your biases, and your limiting beliefs. You can do this through meditation, journaling, therapy, or even just talking to a trusted friend or mentor. The key is to be honest with yourself and to be willing to confront your own shadow side. Once you become aware of your illusions, you can begin to challenge them. Ask yourself, is this belief really true? Is it serving me? Is it helping me create the kind of connection I desire? If the answer is no, then it's time to let it go. Replace it with a more empowering and positive belief. And that's where that reflected truth comes in, you know? It's about seeing yourself, the other person, and the connection with clarity and honesty. Remember, the hematite moon is here to help you with that clarity. It's like a beacon of light, guiding you through the darkness and helping you see the truth. So, trust your intuition, pay attention to your dreams, and be open to receiving guidance from the universe. You have all the tools you need to navigate this journey. And even though it might be scary at times, it will be so worth it in the end, because it will lead you to a place of greater authenticity, intimacy, and fulfillment. Okay, wow, that was a lot. We've covered the Empress, the Six of Swords, and the Moon. And remember, the theme is reflected truth, and we're trying to unveil hidden aspects of your connection to promote clarity and understanding. So, what does it all mean? Well, it means that your connection is in a state of transition, a journey through the dark. It means that there are hidden aspects that need to be brought to light. It means that you need to be honest with yourself and with each other. But it also means that there is incredible potential for growth, healing, and transformation. It all comes full circle. Wow. All right, that's the first part of your reading. Now, let's dive deeper and see what else the cards have to say. Okay. So, wow, where do we go from there, right? Okay, so that's the first part of your reading, the Empress, the Six of Swords, and the Moon all working together. Now, let's dive deeper and see what else the cards have to say, because, girl, this is getting good, right? Okay. Deep breath, drum roll, please, because now we have the Wheel of Fortune, gasp, oh. My goodness. Friend, are you seeing this? Okay, so after all that, after the nurturing Empress, the transitioning Six of Swords, and the illusion-busting Moon, we get the Wheel of Fortune. This is huge, like seriously huge. Okay, so right off the bat, what does the Wheel of Fortune tell us? Well, it's all about destiny, right? It's about cycles, about turning points, about fate. It's like everything we've talked about so far has been leading to this moment, to this card. It's like the universe is saying, okay, you've seen the heart of the matter, you've faced the need to transition, you've started to see through the illusions. Now it's time to understand how all of that fits into the bigger picture. So, how does the wheel connect to the Empress? Well, the Empress is all about nurturing and growth, right? But the wheel reminds us that growth isn't always linear. It's not always a steady upward climb. Sometimes you go up, sometimes you go down, sometimes you go around in circles, you know? It's all part of the process. So maybe the Empress is telling you that even when things feel like they're going backward, even when you're facing challenges, you still need to nurture the connection, you still need to tend to it with love and care. It's like, even if you're on the downswing of the wheel, you can still plant seeds for the future, you know? And the Six of Swords. Oh, this is so good. So the Six of Swords is all about moving on, leaving the storm behind. But the Wheel of Fortune suggests that even when you think you've escaped the storm, it might come back around again, you know? Life is cyclical, and sometimes we have to face the same challenges over and over again until we learn the lesson we're supposed to learn. But here's the thing, each time we face those challenges, we have the opportunity to approach them differently, to break the cycle, to change our fate. Maybe the Six of Swords isn't just about leaving the storm behind, but about learning how to navigate it, how to weather it, so that it doesn't knock us off course every time it comes around. Does that make sense? And then there's the moon. Oh, the moon. This is where it gets really interesting, because the moon is all about illusions and hidden truths. And the Wheel of Fortune is like, okay, you've seen the illusions, now what are you going to do about them? Are you going to let them control your fate, or are you going to use the truth to change your destiny? Are the illusions causing you to spin on the wheel? Are they keeping you trapped in a cycle of negativity? The moon is showing you that you have the power to break free, to step off the wheel, to create your own reality. Okay, so the Wheel of Fortune is all about cycles, destiny, and turning points. And I think the big question here is, are you a victim of fate, or are you the master of your own destiny? Are you just spinning around and around on the wheel, letting life happen to you, or are you actively shaping your own reality? This is what we need to figure out, because this is huge, right? It's about whether you feel like you're in control of this connection, or whether you feel like you're just being tossed around by the winds of fate. Which one is it? Let's dig a little deeper, okay? Because this wheel, it's not just spinning randomly, right? There's a reason why things happen the way they do, even if we don't always understand it. So, let's talk about these cycles, and let's talk about destiny. Do you feel like you're seeing the same patterns repeating themselves in this connection? Like, are there certain arguments that keep coming up over and over again? Are there certain behaviors that you or the other person keep repeating, even though you know they're not good for the connection? The Wheel of Fortune is highlighting those repeating patterns, bringing them to your attention so you can finally break them. It's like the universe is giving you a second chance, or a third, or a fourth, or however many chances you need to finally get it right, you know. And what about destiny? Do you believe that you and this person are destined to be together? Or do you believe that you have the power to choose your own path, regardless of what fate might have in store for you? This is a really important question, because it can affect how you approach the connection. If you believe that you're destined to be together, you might be more willing to overlook problems or make sacrifices, because you think that everything will work out in the end. But if you believe that you have the power to choose your own path, you might be more willing to walk away if the connection isn't serving you, even if it feels like you're giving up on something special. Think about it this way, okay? Imagine you're driving a car, right? The road ahead represents your destiny, and the steering wheel represents your free will. You can't control everything that happens on the road, you know? You might encounter unexpected obstacles, detours, or even accidents. But you do have the power to steer the car, to choose your own route, to avoid those obstacles, and to get back on track if you go off course. It's the same with your connection. You can't control everything that happens, but you can control how you respond to it. You can choose to nurture the connection, to communicate openly, to forgive each other, and to work together to overcome challenges. Or you can choose to ignore the problems, to hold onto resentment, to shut down, and to let the connection fall apart. The choice is yours, but you have to be conscious about it, you have to be aware of the power that you have, and you have to be willing to use it. And that's where the hematite moon comes in, right? Because the hematite is all about clarity, about seeing things for what they are. So, can you see the patterns in your connection? Can you see the ways in which you're contributing to the cycles, both positive and negative? Can you see the ways in which your own beliefs and expectations are shaping your reality? The hematite is helping you to see the truth, so you can make more informed choices about your destiny. It's like it's shining a light on the road ahead, helping you to see the obstacles and the detours so you can steer clear of them. The wheel is turning, always turning, but you don't have to be a passive observer. You can be an active participant, you can influence the direction of the wheel, and you can even, dare I say it, break free from the wheel altogether. But how? That's the million-dollar question, right? How do you break the Wheel of Fortune? Is it even possible? Or is it just about accepting the inevitable ups and downs of life? Well, I think it's a little bit of both. I think there are some things that are simply beyond our control, things that are destined to happen, regardless of what we do. But I also think that we have the power to influence our own fate, to change the course of our lives, to create a more positive future. The Wheel of Fortune, at first glance, seems so fixed and unchangeable, right? Like, oh, it's destiny, there's nothing I can do. But I think that's an illusion. I think the wheel is actually much more fluid and flexible than we realize. It's like it's made of clay, and we have the power to mold it, to shape it, to create something new. But in order to do that, we have to be willing to challenge our own beliefs, to question our own assumptions, and to step outside of our comfort zone. And that's where the moon comes back into play, because the moon is all about illusions, right? So, are you trapped by false beliefs about destiny? Do you believe that you're destined to be with this person, no matter what? Do you believe that you're destined to be unhappy, or alone, or unloved? The moon is showing you that these are just illusions, that you have the power to change your beliefs and create a new reality. It's like, imagine you're watching a movie, right? The Wheel of Fortune is like the plot of the movie, the story that's unfolding before your eyes. But the moon is like the special effects, the illusions that make the movie seem more real than it actually is. You might be so caught up in the special effects that you forget that it's just a movie, that you have the power to turn it off, to change the channel, or even to write your own script. It's the same with your life. You might be so caught up in the illusions of destiny that you forget that you have the power to change your own story. But how do you do that? How do you rewrite your script? Well, it starts with awareness, with recognizing the illusions for what they are. And that's where the reflected truth comes in, right? It's about seeing yourself, the other person, and the connection with clarity and honesty. It's about acknowledging the challenges, addressing the issues, and working together to create a stronger, more authentic bond. It's about being honest with yourself and with each other, even when it's uncomfortable. And it also involves nurturing, right? Like the Empress. The Empress is all about creating a nurturing environment, a space where you can feel safe, loved, and supported. And that's essential for breaking the wheel, because you can't change your destiny if you're constantly feeling stressed, anxious, or afraid. You need to create a space where you can relax, where you can connect with your inner wisdom, and where you can feel empowered to take control of your life. It's about creating a garden where you can plant new seeds, where you can nurture your dreams, and where you can blossom into your full potential. It's like you have to create a fertile ground for new possibilities to grow. And then there's the Six of Swords. Remember the transition? This is key. This card offers a way out. Can the transition of the Six of Swords allow you to jump off the wheel? Can you use the momentum of moving on to propel yourself in a new direction? The Six of Swords is about leaving behind the past, embracing the future, and trusting that you're being guided towards something better. It's about releasing the old patterns, the old hurts, and the old resentments, and opening yourself up to new possibilities. But it's also about taking responsibility for your own choices, for your own actions, and for your own destiny. You can't just sit back and wait for the universe to deliver you to your happy ending. You have to be proactive, you have to be intentional, and you have to be willing to take risks. It's about being the captain of your own ship, steering it towards the calmer waters and navigating the storms with courage and grace. So, is the reflected truth about seeing your part in creating the cycles? Are you a victim or an active participant? This is a tough question because it requires us to take responsibility for our own lives. It's easy to blame fate, to blame other people, or to blame circumstances for our problems. But the truth is, we're all responsible for our own choices, for our own actions, and for our own destiny. We might not be able to control everything that happens to us, but we can control how we respond to it. We can choose to be victims, or we can choose to be survivors. We can choose to be passive observers, or we can choose to be active participants. The choice is ours. And that's the key to breaking the Wheel of Fortune. It's about recognizing that you have the power to change your own destiny, to create a more positive future, and to live a life that is aligned with your true purpose and your highest good. Okay, so let's get real for a second, right? Like, how does all this actually play out in real life? I know, it can all sound a little abstract, a little woo-woo, but trust me, this is practical stuff, okay? Let's say, for example, that you and this person keep having the same argument over and over again about finances, right? Every time you talk about money, it turns into a fight. You both get defensive, you both get angry, and you both end up feeling hurt and misunderstood. That's a cycle, right? The Wheel of Fortune is highlighting that cycle, bringing it to your attention so you can finally break it. So, how do you break that cycle? Well, first, you need to be aware of it, right? You need to recognize the pattern to see how it's playing out. And that's where the moon comes in, because the moon is all about illusions. Maybe you're both holding onto false beliefs about money, about each other, or about yourselves. Maybe you believe that money is the root of all evil, or that you're not good enough with money, or that the other person is irresponsible with money. These beliefs are creating the cycle, fueling the conflict. So you need to challenge those beliefs to question their validity. Are they really true? Are they serving you? Are they helping you create the kind of connection you desire? If the answer is no, then it's time to let them go. Replace them with more empowering and positive beliefs. Maybe you can believe that money is a tool that can be used for good, or that you're both capable of learning how to manage money responsibly, or that you can work together to create a financial plan that meets both of your needs. And then you need to create a nurturing environment like the Empress. You need to find a way to talk about money that feels safe, loving, and supportive. Maybe you can set aside a specific time to talk about finances when you're both relaxed and not feeling stressed. Maybe you can agree to listen to each other without interrupting, to validate each other's feelings, and to focus on finding solutions rather than blaming each other. It's about creating a space where you can communicate openly, honestly, and respectfully. And finally, you need to be willing to transition, like the Six of Swords. You need to be willing to let go of the old patterns, the old hurts, and the old resentments, and open yourselves up to new possibilities. Maybe you can agree to try a new approach to managing your finances, like creating a budget, tracking your expenses, or working with a financial advisor. Maybe you can agree to forgive each other for past mistakes, to let go of the anger and resentment, and to move forward with a clean slate. It's about taking a leap of faith, trusting that you can create a better future together. That's just one example, of course. But the same principles apply to any cycle that you're trying to break, whether it's about communication, intimacy, trust, or anything else. The key is to be aware, to challenge your beliefs, to create a nurturing environment, and to be willing to transition. It's about taking responsibility for your own life, for your own choices, and for your own destiny. And remember, this is all about personal growth, right? It's not just about fixing the connection, it's about becoming a better version of yourself. It's about learning how to love yourself, how to trust yourself, and how to create a life that is aligned with your true purpose and your highest good. It's about empowering yourself to take control of your own destiny, to break free from the Wheel of Fortune, and to live a life that is full of joy, love, and fulfillment. What small steps can you take today to put this into motion? Can you identify one belief about the connection that you can challenge? Can you commit to creating a more nurturing space for communication? Okay, friend, that was a deep dive into the Wheel of Fortune and how it connects to everything we've already seen. But we are not done yet. This card really shifts the energy of the reading, doesn't it? It adds this layer of destiny, of cycles, of fate, but also the potential to change all of it. It's like the stakes just got higher, you know. But what does it all mean for the future of this connection? Are they destined to be together, or are they destined to part ways? What are the specific challenges that they need to overcome in order to break free from the wheel? And what are the hidden opportunities that are waiting to be discovered? Those are the questions that we need to answer, and I have a feeling that the next cards are going to give us some serious clues. Are you ready to see what's next? Because I am so ready. Okay, friend, deep breath. Are you ready for this? Because I am so ready. Okay, here we go. Pulls card, oh my goodness, it's the Ace of Swords. Okay. So after all that talk about cycles and illusions and destiny, we get the Ace of SWORDS. Like, can you even believe this? This is huge. This is like a lightning bolt of clarity, a brand new beginning. A total game changer. Oh, I'm so excited. Okay, so like right off the bat, what does the Ace of Swords tell us? Well, it's all about breakthroughs, right? It's about cutting through the BS, about seeing things for what they really are. It's about new ideas, new perspectives, and new beginnings. It's like the universe is saying, okay, you've been wandering in the dark, but now bam. Here's a sword to cut through all the confusion. So, like, how does the ace connect to the wheel? Well, the wheel is all about those cycles and patterns, right? And the Ace of Swords is like, okay, you're stuck in a cycle, here's how to break free. It's like, it's offering you the mental clarity, the sharp intellect, the decisive action you need to finally step off that wheel and create your own path. I'm so excited, I can barely stand it. Because think about it, the Ace of Swords is like pure potential, pure energy. It's like the seed of an idea, but it's also a call to action. So with all this talk about destiny, the ace is basically yelling, wake up, you have free will, use it. The wheel might keep turning, but you get to decide how you react to it. You get to decide if you stay on for the ride or carve out a new direction. Yes. Okay, so like this Ace of Swords, it's not just about random change, it's about intentional change, about making a conscious decision to like shift your reality. It's about taking control. I'm getting chills. And like with the theme of reflected truth, this ace is practically screaming at you to be honest with yourself. To really look at this connection and ask yourself what you truly want, what you truly need, and what you're truly willing to do to make it work. This is not a time for half-truths, friend. This is a time for radical honesty, for cutting through all the layers of denial and getting down to the nitty-gritty. But okay, like before we get too carried away, let's remember that swords are, well, sharp. And the truth can sometimes hurt, right? This ace isn't necessarily promising a happy ending, it's just promising clarity. And sometimes, clarity means realizing that something just isn't working, and that the best thing to do is to, like, walk away, you know? But even that can be empowering. This card, this sword, is the power to know what to do, to finally have the clarity you've been waiting for. Okay, so, like, let's dig a little deeper, right? Because this Ace of Swords is not just about, like, random breakthroughs, it's about a specific kind of breakthrough, a mental breakthrough. It's about gaining a new understanding, a new perspective, a new way of thinking about things. It's like you've been looking at this connection through a foggy window, and suddenly, someone wipes the fog away and you can see everything crystal clear. Think about all the things that have been clouding your judgment, all the doubts, all the fears, all the insecurities. This Ace of Swords has the power to, like, slice through all of that, leaving you with a sense of clarity and certainty that you haven't felt in a long time. And, so you can finally see things as they truly are. But here's the thing, right? This mental clarity isn't just going to fall into your lap. You have to actively seek it out. You have to be willing to, like, challenge your own assumptions, to question your own beliefs, and to be open to new possibilities. It's like you have to sharpen your own sword, hone your own intellect, and prepare yourself for the battle ahead, Because finding the truth, finding what you want to do next, that isn't always easy. And how does that tie into destiny? Because that wheel of fortune makes it feel like everything's predetermined. Well, the Ace of Swords is saying that even if some things are fated, you always have a choice in how you respond. That's so important. Okay, and remember the moon? With all those illusions and hidden secrets. Oh, this is gonna be good. Because the Ace of Swords is like the ultimate truth serum. It's shining a light on all those hidden areas, revealing all those secrets, and cutting through all those illusions. It's like all those things that have been lurking beneath the surface, all those things you've been trying to ignore. The Ace of Swords is forcing you to confront them, to deal with them, and to finally move past them. It's like you've been walking around with blinders on, and the Ace of Swords is ripping those blinders off and forcing you to see the world as it really is, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And that can be scary, right? It can be painful, but it's also incredibly liberating. Because once you see the truth, you can finally start to make conscious choices about your life, about your connection, and about your future. You can't fix what you don't acknowledge, and the Ace of Swords is basically forcing you to acknowledge everything. It's like, remember that dark forest we were talking about? The moon is illuminating the path, but the Ace of Swords is clearing the path, cutting away all the overgrown branches, all the thorny bushes, and all the obstacles that are blocking your way. It's like, it's making it possible for you to actually move forward, to actually reach your destination. But here's the thing, right? The Ace of Swords isn't just about revealing external truths, it's also about revealing internal truths. It's about getting honest with yourself about your own feelings, your own desires, and your own motivations. It's about asking yourself the hard questions, the ones you've been avoiding for so long. Like, are you truly happy in this connection? Are you truly fulfilled? Are you truly being yourself? Or are you just going through the motions, pretending to be someone you're not, sacrificing your own happiness for the sake of the other person? The Ace of Swords is forcing you to confront those questions, to answer them honestly, and to make a decision about what you're going to do next. Are the illusions you are holding about the other person or the situation keeping you trapped? This ace is going to slice those to ribbons, baby. But can you handle that? Are you ready? Okay, so, let's bring the Empress back into the mix, right? Because the Empress is all about nurturing, about creating a safe and loving environment, about fostering growth and abundance. So, how does the Ace of Swords, with its sharp edges and its focus on truth, fit into all of that? Well, here's the thing, right? Sometimes, the most loving thing you can do is to be honest, even when it hurts. Sometimes, the most nurturing thing you can do is to set boundaries, to say no, to protect your own energy. Sometimes, the most abundant thing you can do is to let go of what's not serving you, to create space for something new to grow. The Empress might want to, wrap everything in cotton wool and protect it from harm. But the Ace of Swords is saying that sometimes you need to, shake things up, to challenge the status quo, to force things to evolve. It's like the Empress is the gardener, tending to the plants with love and care, but the Ace of Swords is the pruning shears, cutting away the dead branches so that the plant can thrive. It's a balance, you know. You need both nurturing and truth in order to create a healthy and fulfilling connection. Can you find a way to balance the Empress' desire for harmony and peace with the Ace's need to get real and be honest? Are you capable of that? But the Ace of Swords can also be a little bit harsh, right? It can be a little bit uncompromising. It can be so focused on the truth that it forgets about the feelings of others. So, you need to be careful not to wield this sword too carelessly. You need to be mindful of the impact your words and actions are having on the other person. You need to temper your truth with compassion and understanding. It's like you're performing surgery, right? You need to be precise, you need to be skilled, but you also need to be gentle. You need to be mindful of the patient's pain, and you need to do everything you can to minimize the trauma. Can you be gentle and fierce at the same time? Can you use this sword with skill and love? Okay, and what about the Six of Swords, with its focus on transition and moving forward? Oh, this is where things get really interesting, right? Because the Ace of Swords is the catalyst for that transition. It's giving you the push you need to finally leave behind the past, to embrace the future, and to move towards a better tomorrow. It's showing you that you don't have to be stuck in the same old patterns, that you don't have to be defined by your past, and that you have the power to create a new reality for yourself. The Six of Swords might be about leaving a stormy shore, but the Ace of Swords is about building a new ship, a stronger ship, a ship that can weather any storm. It's giving you the tools you need to navigate the unknown waters ahead, to overcome any challenges that might arise, and to ultimately reach your destination. But here's the thing, right? The transition isn't always easy. It can be scary, it can be painful, and it can require a lot of courage. You might have to make some tough decisions, you might have to say goodbye to things you love, and you might have to step outside of your comfort zone. But the Ace of Swords is telling you that it's worth it, that the rewards are greater than the risks, and that you're strong enough to handle whatever comes your way. It's like you're climbing a mountain, right? The Six of Swords is about starting the climb, about taking the first step. But the Ace of Swords is about reaching the summit, about seeing the world from a new perspective, and about realizing your own strength and resilience. Can you use the clarity of the Ace to really embrace the transition? Can you see where you are going and feel good about it? Okay, so let's get real for a second, right? How does all of this actually play out in real life? I know it can all sound a little bit abstract, a little bit woo-woo, but trust me, this is practical stuff, okay? Let's say, for example, that you've been feeling disconnected from this person, right? You've been going through the motions, but you haven't really been present, you haven't really been engaged, and you haven't really been feeling the love. That's where the Ace of Swords comes in. It's forcing you to confront the truth about your feelings, about your desires, and about your connection. Are you truly happy? Are you truly fulfilled? Or are you just staying in this connection because it's comfortable, because you're afraid of being alone, or because you feel obligated to stay? The Ace of Swords is challenging you to be honest with yourself, to be honest with the other person, and to make a decision about what you're going to do next. Maybe you decide to have a heart-to-heart conversation, to express your feelings openly and honestly, and to work together to find a way to reconnect. Maybe you decide to set some boundaries, to create some space for yourself, and to focus on your own needs and desires. Or maybe you decide that the connection has run its course, that it's no longer serving you, and that the best thing to do is to part ways. Whatever you decide, the Ace of Swords is giving you the clarity and the courage to take action, to make a change, and to create a better future for yourself. It's like you're standing at a crossroads, right? You can either keep going down the same old road, or you can take a new path, a path that leads to greater happiness, greater fulfillment, and greater love. The Ace of Swords is giving you the map, the compass, and the courage to choose the right path. It is all about choice. And can you really, truly look inside yourself to see what you want? Or let's say you've been having trust issues in this connection, right? Maybe the other person has lied to you in the past, or maybe you've been feeling insecure and jealous. The Ace of Swords is forcing you to confront those trust issues, to examine the evidence, and to make a decision about whether you can truly trust this person. Is their behavior aligned with their words? Are they being honest and transparent with you? Or are they still hiding things, still keeping secrets, and still giving you reasons to doubt them? The Ace of Swords is helping you to see through the BS, to identify the red flags, and to make a decision about whether you can truly build a solid foundation of trust with this person. Maybe you decide to forgive them for their past mistakes, to give them a second chance, and to work together to rebuild the trust. Maybe you decide to set some clear boundaries, to communicate your needs and expectations, and to hold them accountable for their actions. Or maybe you decide that the trust is irreparably broken, that you can no longer stay in a connection where you don't feel safe and secure, and that the best thing to do is to move on. Okay, so, this Ace of Swords, it's not just about solving problems in your connection, it's also about personal growth. It's about becoming a stronger, more confident, and more authentic version of yourself. It's about learning how to trust your own intuition, how to set healthy boundaries, how to communicate your needs effectively, and how to create a life that is aligned with your values and your desires. It's about empowering yourself to take control of your own destiny, to break free from the wheel of fortune, and to live a life that is full of joy, love, and fulfillment. I'm so excited for you. What is one area of your life where you need to be more honest with yourself? Can you make a small change today? Okay, friend, that was another deep dive, this time into the Ace of Swords and how it connects to everything we've already seen. And can you feel how the energy is shifting, how the clarity is building, how the path forward is starting to become clearer? It's like we've been wandering through a maze, and the Ace of Swords has just given us the map to find our way out. And remember, we pulled the Hematite Moon crystal for this reading. I mean, the crystal of clarity, the crystal that reflects the truth, and the Ace of Swords is all about cutting through illusions to reveal the truth, to reveal clarity. It's like those energies are working together to bring you the insight you need. But we are still not done yet. Because even with all this clarity, even with all this potential for change, there's still one piece of the puzzle missing. We still need to know what the ultimate outcome of this connection is going to be. Are you going to use this Ace of Swords to create a stronger, more fulfilling connection? Or are you going to use it to cut ties and move on, What is the universe trying to tell you through all of these cards? What is the final message that you need to hear? Okay, are you ready for the final card? Because I'm on the edge of my seat. Okay, here we go, the final card. Are you ready? Because I am so ready. Drum roll, please, and it's the Knight of Cups. Oh, friend. Okay, so after all that intensity, after the Wheel of Fortune and the Ace of Swords, we get the Knight of Cups. Like, what a shift, right? This is like romance, intuition, following your heart, all the feels. Okay, so like, right off the bat, what does the Knight of Cups tell us? Well, it's all about like invitations, right? It's about offers, about proposals, about following your intuition, about beauty and artistry. It's like the universe is saying, okay, you've seen the truth, you've cut through the illusions, now what are you going to do with that information? How are you going to move forward with grace and love? So, like, how does the Knight connect to the Ace? Well, the Ace of Swords is all about that mental clarity, right? It's about making a decision, about taking action. And the Knight of Cups is like, okay, you've made your decision, now let your heart guide you. It's like, it's softening the sharp edges of that sword, adding a layer of emotion and intuition to the mix, you know? Like, the Ace tells you what to do, but the Knight tells you how to do it, and like, with what kind of vibe, you know? It's about following your heart, trusting your gut, and approaching the situation with compassion and empathy. I think that's really key, don't you? The Knight isn't just saying, go forth and conquer. It's more like, go forth, conquer, and be gentle with yourself and everyone else along the way. It's a much kinder energy, which I think we needed after that Ace of Swords, right? It's almost like the Knight of Cups is saying, you know, okay, you've got the sword, you know what you can do, but what do you want to do? What feels right in your heart? It's almost like a challenge, you know? Like, are you going to let your head lead the way, or are you going to listen to your heart? I think it's such a great question right now. And you know, it's so interesting, because with the theme of reflected truth, the Knight of Cups is like holding up a mirror to your own emotions, right? It's asking you to really examine how you feel about this connection, to get in touch with your deepest desires, and to be honest with yourself about what you truly want. It's not just about seeing the truth, it's about feeling the truth, you know? It's about connecting with your intuition and trusting that it will guide you in the right direction. But also, I think it's easy to get swept away by the romantic energy of the Knight of Cups and like, ignore the red flags, you know? So it's really important to stay grounded and to balance that emotional intuition with that clear, sharp logic of the Ace of Swords, right? You can't just go with your heart if your head is screaming, danger, danger, you know. You have to listen to both and find a way to like, harmonize them like a beautiful song, right? Okay, so like, let's dig a little deeper, right? Because this Knight of Cups isn't just about like, random romance, it's about a specific kind of emotional intelligence, a deep understanding of yourself and others. It's about being able to connect with people on a soul level, to see beyond the surface, and to appreciate the beauty and artistry in the world around you. It's like, the Knight is riding a white horse, right? A symbol of purity, of goodness, and of spiritual strength. So this isn't just about, like, fleeting infatuation, it's about something deeper, something more meaningful, something that has the potential to last. This is not your average run-off-them-all crush. This is about a true connection. But here's the thing, right? Emotional intelligence isn't just something you're born with, it's something you have to cultivate, you have to develop, you have to practice. It's about learning how to manage your own emotions, how to empathize with others, how to communicate effectively, and how to build strong, healthy relationships. And that takes work, it takes effort, and it takes a willingness to be vulnerable, you know. It's not always easy to open your heart to someone, especially if you've been hurt in the past. But the Knight of Cups is encouraging you to take that risk, to step outside of your comfort zone, and to believe in the possibility of love. But again, in a grounded way, right? We need to balance this Knight's idealism with some of that realism from our other cards. So, how does that tie into destiny? Because that Wheel of Fortune makes it feel like everything's predetermined, right? Well, the Knight of Cups is saying that even if some things are fated, you still have the power to choose how you respond, to choose how you express your love, to choose how you create your own reality. The wheel might be turning, but you get to decide what kind of energy you bring to the ride, you know. Are you going to be cynical and guarded, or are you going to be open and loving? Are you going to be passive and resigned, or are you going to be proactive and creative? The choice is yours, and the Knight of Cups is here to help you make that choice with grace and intention. I think that's so beautiful. That's the way the universe works, right? The Knight comes in to show you the beauty, but it's up to you to accept it and live it. And remember the moon? With all those illusions and hidden secrets? Oh, this is gonna be good, because the Knight of Cups is the ultimate antidote to those illusions. It's shining a light on the truth, not with a harsh glare like the Ace of Swords, but with a gentle glow, a warm embrace. It's helping you to see beyond the surface, to connect with your intuition, and to trust that you're being guided in the right direction. You know, sometimes the things we think are real are just projections of our own fears and insecurities, right? We create these elaborate stories in our heads, these fantasies about what could be, and we get so caught up in them that we forget to see the world as it really is. The Knight of Cups is gently reminding you to come back to reality, to appreciate the beauty and the wonder that's already here, and to trust that everything is unfolding exactly as it should. But here's the thing, right? The Knight of Cups isn't just about, passive acceptance, it's about active creation. It's about using your imagination, your creativity, and your intuition to manifest your dreams into reality. It's about painting your own canvas, writing your own story, and composing your own symphony. It's about taking all those raw emotions, all those swirling feelings, and transforming them into something beautiful and meaningful. And that takes courage, it takes vulnerability, and it takes a willingness to be authentic, you know? It's not always easy to express yourself, especially if you're afraid of being judged or rejected. But the Knight of Cups is encouraging you to take that leap of faith, to share your heart with the world, and to trust that you'll be loved and accepted for who you truly are. It's remember that dark forest we were talking about? The moon is illuminating the path, the Ace of Swords is clearing the path, and the Knight of Cups is filling the forest with music and flowers, making the journey more joyful, more beautiful, and more meaningful. It's transforming the darkness into light, the fear into love, and the uncertainty into hope. But here's the thing, right? The Knight of Cups isn't just about external beauty, it's also about internal beauty. It's about cultivating a sense of self-love, self-worth, and self-acceptance. It's about recognizing your own unique gifts, your own unique talents, and your own unique potential. It's about embracing your flaws, your imperfections, and your vulnerabilities. It's about learning how to love yourself unconditionally, just as you are, in all your messy, beautiful glory. And that's not always easy, right? We're often so critical of ourselves, so quick to judge our own shortcomings, so focused on what we don't have rather than what we do have. But the Knight of Cups is reminding you that you are worthy of love, you are worthy of happiness, and you are worthy of living a life that is full of joy, passion, and purpose. Yes, you. Okay, so let's bring the Empress back into the mix, right? Because the Empress is all about nurturing, about creating a safe and loving environment, about fostering growth and abundance. So, how does the Knight of Cups, with its focus on emotions and intuition, fit into all of that? Well, here's the thing, right? The Empress is all about unconditional love, and the Knight of Cups is all about expressing that love in a creative and meaningful way. It's the Empress is providing the foundation, the soil, the sunshine, and the water, and the Knight of Cups is planting the seeds, tending to the flowers, and creating a beautiful garden. It's a partnership, you know? The Empress is creating the space for love to grow, and the Knight of Cups is filling that space with beauty, with passion, and with joy. But sometimes, the Empress can be a little bit overbearing, right? She can be so focused on nurturing and protecting that she forgets to let things grow naturally. She forgets to allow for change and transformation. The Knight of Cups is reminding her that love isn't just about providing comfort and security. It's also about inspiring growth, about encouraging creativity, and about celebrating individuality. It's about creating a space where everyone feels free to express themselves, to be authentic, and to pursue their dreams. It's about knowing when to hold on and when to let go. Okay, and what about the Six of Swords? With its focus on transition and moving forward? Oh, this is where things get really interesting, right? Because the Knight of Cups is like the compass that guides you through that transition. It's like it's helping you to navigate the unknown waters ahead, to trust your intuition, and to stay true to your heart. The Six of Swords might be about leaving a stormy shore, but the Knight of Cups is about finding a new island, a new paradise, a new place to call home. It's like it's showing you that even though the past might have been painful, the future is full of possibilities, full of adventure, and full of love. But here's the thing, right? The transition isn't always linear. It's not always a straight path from point A to point B sometimes. You have to take detours, you have to backtrack, and you have to learn from your mistakes. The Knight of Cups is reminding you to be patient with yourself, to be kind to yourself, and to trust that you're exactly where you need to be, even if it doesn't always feel that way. It's about surrendering to the flow, trusting the journey, and knowing that you'll eventually reach your destination, even if it's not the destination you originally imagined. And this transition, it can't be forced, you know? You can't just decide one day that you're going to move on and expect everything to fall into place. It takes time, it takes effort, and it takes a willingness to be vulnerable, to be open, and to be honest with yourself and with others. The Knight of Cups is encouraging you to be gentle with yourself, to allow yourself to feel your emotions, to process your experiences, and to heal from your wounds. It's about honoring your past, learning from your mistakes, and creating a future that is aligned with your true purpose and your highest good. Okay, and finally, let's bring the Wheel of Fortune back into the mix, right? Because the Wheel of Fortune is all about cycles, destiny, and turning points. So, how does the Knight of Cups, with its focus on emotions and intuition, fit into all of that? Well, here's the thing, right? The Wheel of Fortune might be spinning, but you still have the power to choose how you respond to those cycles, to choose how you create your own destiny, and to choose how you navigate those turning points. The Knight of Cups is reminding you that you are not a victim of fate, you are a co-creator of your reality. You have the power to influence the direction of the wheel, to break free from negative patterns, and to manifest a future that is full of love, joy, and abundance. But here's the thing, right? You can't just sit back and wait for the universe to deliver you to your happy ending. You have to be proactive, you have to be intentional, and you have to be willing to take risks. The Knight of Cups is encouraging you to follow your heart, to trust your intuition, and to take action towards your dreams, even if you're afraid. It's about embracing the unknown, stepping outside of your comfort zone, and believing in the possibility of magic. What invitation is the universe offering you right now? Okay, so, let's get real for a second, right? How does all of this actually play out in real life? I know, it can all sound a little bit abstract, a little bit woo-woo, but trust me, this is practical stuff, okay? Let's say, for example, that you're trying to decide whether to stay in this connection or to move on. You've been going back and forth, weighing the pros and cons, and you just can't seem to make a decision. That's where the Knight of Cups comes in. It's encouraging you to stop thinking so much and to start feeling, to connect with your intuition, and to trust that your heart knows the answer. Are you truly happy in this connection? Are you truly fulfilled? Or are you just staying because it's comfortable? Okay, so pile 2, welcome, welcome. With the rhodonite sphere, you guys are just primed for some major transformation, you know? This crystal is all about seeing things in a new light, and that perfectly aligns with the theme of evolving love. It's about embracing the changes, the shifts that are necessary for a deeper, more authentic connection. Get ready because these cards, wow, they tell quite a story about that journey. First, we have the Tower. Okay, deep breath because the Tower is, well, it's the Tower. It's that sudden, unexpected upheaval that just completely rocks your foundation. It's like everything you thought you knew, everything you built your relationship on, suddenly gets challenged right. It's that moment where the lightning strikes and bam, the structure crumbles. Now, a lot of people get scared when they see the Tower, and I get it, because it signifies chaos, it signifies destruction. But it's important to remember that destruction isn't always a bad thing, especially when we're talking about evolving love. Think of it like this. Sometimes you need to tear down the old house to build a new, stronger one. The Tower represents that necessary demolition. So, what could this look like in your relationship? Well, maybe it's a sudden realization that you've been living a lie. Maybe it's a secret that comes to light, something that completely changes the dynamic between you and your partner. Maybe it's a change in circumstances, a job loss, a move, a health crisis that forces you to reevaluate everything. Whatever it is, the Tower signifies that something has to give. The old ways of doing things, the old patterns, they're just not working anymore, and the universe is stepping in to shake things up. And honestly, sometimes we need that shake-up, right? We get so comfortable in our routines, even if those routines are unhealthy, that we become blind to the problems. The Tower is like a cosmic wake-up call, forcing us to confront the issues that we've been avoiding. It can be painful, absolutely, but it's also incredibly liberating. Because once the dust settles, you have the opportunity to rebuild on a more solid foundation, one that is based on truth, authenticity, and genuine connection. Now, the thing about the Tower is that it's often triggered by something that has been brewing for a while. It's not like the lightning bolt comes out of nowhere. Usually, there have been warning signs, little cracks in the foundation that we've been ignoring. Maybe you've been feeling disconnected from your partner for a while, but you haven't wanted to rock the boat. Maybe you've been harboring resentments, but you haven't been able to express them. The Tower is the culmination of all those unresolved issues. It's the point where the pressure becomes too much, and something has to explode. So, if you're seeing the Tower in your reading, it's time to take a good, hard look at your relationship. What are the areas where you're not being honest with yourself or with your partner? What are the patterns that are no longer serving you? What are the fears that are holding you back from true intimacy? These are the questions that the Tower is asking you to confront. It's not going to be easy, but it's necessary if you want to create a love that is truly fulfilling. And you know, sometimes the Tower can manifest as a physical separation. Maybe you and your partner decide to take a break, or maybe you even decide to end the relationship altogether. This can be incredibly painful, of course, but it's important to remember that sometimes the most loving thing you can do is to let go. If the relationship is truly toxic, if it's based on unhealthy patterns, then the Tower might be showing you that it's time to move on. It's time to create space for something new, something that is more aligned with your true self. But even if the Tower doesn't lead to a physical separation, it will definitely lead to a shift in the dynamic. Things will never be the same again, and that's a good thing. Because the old ways weren't working, right? The Tower is clearing the way for something better, something more authentic. It's giving you the opportunity to create a relationship that is based on mutual respect, honesty, and genuine love. And you know what? Sometimes the Tower is about your own internal structures, not necessarily the relationship itself. Maybe you're the one who needs to change, the one who needs to break down your own walls and defenses. Maybe you've been holding onto old beliefs or patterns that are preventing you from fully opening up to love. The Tower can be a catalyst for personal growth, helping you to shed the layers of conditioning that are no longer serving you. It's about becoming more vulnerable, more authentic, and more willing to embrace change. Think about it like this. If you've been wearing a mask for years, pretending to be someone you're not, the tower might be the moment when that mask shatters. It can be scary to reveal your true self, but it's also incredibly liberating. Because when you're finally able to be yourself, you attract people who love you for who you truly are, not for who you're pretending to be. So the Tower is a powerful card, no doubt about it. It signifies change, upheaval, and transformation. But it's also a card of hope, because it's showing you that you have the power to create a better future for yourself and for your relationship. It's about embracing the chaos, learning from the challenges, and rebuilding on a foundation of truth and authenticity. Now, I know that this can be a lot to take in, especially if you're currently going through a tower moment. But trust me, you are strong enough to handle it. You have the inner resources to navigate these challenges and come out on the other side even stronger than before. Just remember to stay grounded, stay present, and stay open to the possibilities. The universe is conspiring to help you create a love that is truly fulfilling. And honestly, the energy of the Rhodonite sphere is so perfect for this. It's all about emotional healing and balance, which is exactly what you need during a tower moment. It helps you to process your emotions, to release any negativity, and to find your center amidst the chaos. So hold on to that Rhodonite, connect with its energy, and allow it to guide you through this transformation. Okay, so we've talked about the tower and the initial shock, the crumbling of foundations. But what comes next? Well, that's where the devil comes in. And honestly, these two cards together, the tower and the devil, that's a powerful combination. Because the devil often represents the things that keep us stuck in those old patterns, the things that prevent us from moving forward after the tower has done its work. The devil is all about addiction, obsession, and unhealthy attachments. It's about the things that we know are bad for us, but we can't seem to let go of. It's about the chains that we put on ourselves, the limitations that we impose on our own freedom. Now, when we're talking about relationships, the devil can manifest in a number of ways. Maybe it's a codependent dynamic, where you're so enmeshed with your partner that you've lost your own sense of self. Maybe it's a pattern of jealousy and control, where you're constantly trying to manipulate or possess your partner. Maybe it's an addiction to drama, where you thrive on conflict and chaos. Whatever it is, the devil is showing you that there are unhealthy patterns in your relationship that need to be addressed. These are the things that are keeping you stuck in a cycle of pain and dissatisfaction. They're preventing you from experiencing the true love and connection that you deserve. And the thing about the devil is that it often operates in the shadows. We're not always aware of these patterns, or we might be in denial about their impact. We might tell ourselves that it's just the way things are, or that we're just being passionate. But deep down, we know that something is not right. So, if you're seeing the devil in your reading, it's time to shine a light on those shadows. It's time to confront the unhealthy patterns that are lurking beneath the surface. It's time to break free from the chains that are holding you back. And honestly, this can be a really tough process, because the devil is seductive, right? It promises us pleasure, it promises us security, it promises us a way to avoid the pain. But ultimately, it's a false promise. Because the pleasure is fleeting, the security is an illusion, and the pain only gets worse in the long run. Think about it like this. Maybe you're addicted to the drama in your relationship. You love the highs of the make-up sex after a fight. You love the attention that you get from your partner when you're in crisis. But what about the lows? What about the constant anxiety, the constant stress, the constant feeling of walking on eggshells? Is it really worth it? The devil is tempting you to stay in that cycle, to keep chasing that temporary high. But the tower has already shown you that this is not a sustainable way to live. It's time to break free from that addiction and find a healthier way to connect. Or maybe you're in a codependent relationship, where you're constantly sacrificing your own needs and desires to please your partner. You feel like you can't live without them, you're afraid of being alone, you're afraid of what they might do if you leave. The devil is whispering in your ear, telling you that you need them, that you're not strong enough to stand on your own 2 feet. But that's a lie. You are strong enough. You are capable of creating a fulfilling life for yourself, regardless of whether or not you're in a relationship. The tower has already shaken up your foundations, giving you the opportunity to rebuild your life on your own terms. It's time to embrace your independence and break free from that codependent dynamic. And you know, sometimes the devil can manifest as a financial dependency. Maybe you're staying in a relationship because you're afraid of not being able to support yourself financially. Maybe you're letting your partner control your finances, even though it makes you feel powerless and resentful. The devil is playing on your fears, telling you that you're not capable of making it on your own. But that's not true. You have the skills, the talents, and the resources to create financial security for yourself. The Tower has already disrupted your old patterns, giving you the opportunity to take control of your finances and create a more stable future. So, how do you break free from the devil's chains? Well, the first step is awareness. You have to recognize the unhealthy patterns that are at play. You have to be honest with yourself about the things that are holding you back. And honestly, this can be the hardest part. Because the devil is sneaky, right? It disguises itself as love, as loyalty, as security. It can be difficult to see through the illusion. But once you become aware of these patterns, you can start to take steps to change them. The next step is to set boundaries. This is crucial. You need to define what you're willing to tolerate in your relationship and what you're not. You need to communicate those boundaries clearly and consistently to your partner. And you need to be prepared to enforce those boundaries, even if it means facing conflict or discomfort. The devil thrives on blurred boundaries, on situations where you're not clear about your own limits. Setting boundaries is like putting up a shield, protecting yourself from the devil's influence. And honestly, this is where the Rhodonite sphere can be so helpful. It's all about emotional balance and self-worth. It helps you to recognize your own value and to set healthy boundaries that protect your energy. It empowers you to say no to things that are not in your best interest. So, connect with that Rhodonite, feel its energy coursing through you, and allow it to guide you as you set those boundaries. The final step is to take responsibility for your own actions. The devil often tries to blame others, to make you feel like you're a victim of circumstance. But the truth is, you have the power to choose your own path. You can choose to break free from those unhealthy patterns, or you can choose to stay stuck in them. It's up to you. Taking responsibility for your own actions means acknowledging your role in the dynamic and committing to making different choices in the future. It means owning your mistakes, learning from them, and moving forward with intention. And honestly, this is where the Tower and the devil really connect. Because the Tower has already shaken up your world, giving you the opportunity to make those different choices. It's cleared the way for you to break free from those unhealthy patterns and create a more fulfilling relationship. But it's up to you to take that opportunity and run with it. The devil is still there, tempting you to stay in your comfort zone, but you have the power to resist. You have the power to choose love, to choose growth, to choose freedom. So, the devil is a challenging card, no doubt about it. But it's also a card of empowerment. Because it's showing you that you have the power to break free from those unhealthy patterns and create a more fulfilling relationship. It's about recognizing the chains that are holding you back, setting boundaries, and taking responsibility for your own actions. And with the energy of the Rhodonite sphere, you have the support and guidance you need to navigate this transformation. Okay, so we've talked about the Tower and the devil, the initial shock, and the unhealthy patterns. But what happens when you actually do the work, when you break free from those chains? Well, that's where the world comes in. And oh my gosh, the world is it's the best. It's the culmination of all your efforts, the reward for all your hard work. It's the feeling of wholeness, of completion, of finally arriving at your destination. The world represents integration, harmony, and fulfillment. It's about bringing all the pieces of your life together in a cohesive and meaningful way. It's about achieving a sense of balance and contentment, both within yourself and in your relationship. Now, when we're talking about evolving love, the world signifies that you've successfully navigated the challenges of the Tower and the devil and created a relationship that is truly aligned with your highest self. It's a relationship that is based on mutual respect, honesty, and genuine love. The world is like you've climbed the mountain and you're standing at the summit, taking in the breathtaking view. You've overcome all the obstacles, you've learned all the lessons, and now you're ready to celebrate your success. It's a moment of pure joy and gratitude, a feeling that everything is exactly as it should be. And the thing about the world is that it's not just about the destination, it's also about the journey. You couldn't have reached this point without going through the tower and the devil. Those experiences were necessary for your growth and evolution. They taught you valuable lessons about yourself, about your partner, and about the nature of love. The world is the culmination of all that learning, the integration of all those experiences. So, what does this look like in your relationship? Well, it means that you and your partner have created a dynamic that is based on authenticity and vulnerability. You're able to be yourselves fully, without fear of judgment or rejection. You're able to communicate openly and honestly, even when it's difficult. You're able to support each other's growth and evolution, even when it challenges your own beliefs or patterns. It means that you've healed the wounds of the past and created a foundation of trust and forgiveness. You're no longer holding onto resentments or playing out old dramas. You're able to move forward with a clean slate, focusing on the present moment and building a future together. It means that you've found a balance between independence and interdependence. You're able to maintain your own sense of self while also being deeply connected to your partner. You're able to pursue your own interests and passions while also supporting your partner's goals and dreams. And honestly, the world is not about perfection. It's not about achieving a state of constant bliss or avoiding all conflict. It's about accepting each other's imperfections and working through challenges together with compassion and understanding. It's about creating a relationship that is resilient, adaptable, and able to withstand the inevitable ups and downs of life. Think about it like this. You've built a house together, brick by brick. The tower may have shaken the foundation. The devil may have tempted you to use shoddy materials, but you persevered. You used strong, solid materials, you built with intention and care, and now you have a home that is built to last. It's not perfect. There are still some cracks and imperfections, but it's your home. It's a place where you can feel safe, loved, and accepted. And you know, the world is also about giving back. It's about using your love and your connection to make a positive impact on the world around you. It's about sharing your gifts and talents with others, about contributing to something bigger than yourselves. Maybe you volunteer together, maybe you create art together, maybe you simply spread kindness and compassion wherever you go. Whatever it is, the world is encouraging you to use your love to make the world a better place. So, how do you cultivate the world in your relationship? Well, the first step is to continue to prioritize your connection. Don't let life get in the way of your relationship. Make time for each other, even when you're busy. Schedule date nights, go on adventures, or simply cuddle on the couch and watch a movie. The key is to stay connected and to nurture your bond. The next step is to continue to communicate openly and honestly. Don't let issues fester. Address them as they arise with compassion and understanding. Be willing to listen to your partner's perspective, even if you don't agree with it. And be willing to express your own needs and desires without fear of judgment or rejection. And honestly, this is where the Rhodonite sphere can continue to be so helpful. It's all about emotional healing and balance. It helps you to stay grounded, to stay present, and to communicate with compassion and understanding. It reminds you of your own worth and empowers you to advocate for your needs in a healthy and respectful way. The final step is to continue to grow and evolve, both individually and as a couple. Don't get stuck in a rut. Keep learning, keep exploring, and keep challenging yourselves. Take classes together, travel to new places, or simply try new things. The key is to stay curious and to keep expanding your horizons. And honestly, the world is not an endpoint. It's not like you reach this state of perfection and then just coast along forever. It's an ongoing process, a continuous cycle of growth and evolution. There will still be challenges, there will still be ups and downs, but you'll be equipped to handle them with grace and resilience. The world is about embracing the journey, about celebrating the present moment, and about looking forward to the future with hope and excitement. It's about creating a love that is truly fulfilling, a love that is aligned with your highest self. And honestly, that's the most beautiful thing you can create in this lifetime. So, the world is a card of completion, integration, and fulfillment. It signifies that you've successfully navigated the challenges of the tower and the devil and created a relationship that is truly aligned with your highest self. It's a card of joy, gratitude, and abundance. And with the energy of the Rhodonite sphere, you have the support and guidance you need to continue cultivating this beautiful connection. Wow, okay, that was intense, right? The tower, the devil, and the world. It's like a whole relationship journey in 3 cards. From the initial shakeup to the messy, unhealthy patterns to finally arriving at that place of wholeness and integration. And honestly, it's all about transformation, which is so perfectly aligned with the Rhodonite sphere. Okay, so wow, I am like floored right now because after all of that, the Chariot, that's huge. You guys, this is major because the Chariot is like raw willpower, like pure drive and ambition, you know? It's about taking control and just like charging forward. So after the tower shook everything up, and after you've like wrestled with the devil and those sticky patterns, the Chariot is like, okay, enough is enough. It's time to take the reins. And you know, with the Rhodonite, this is even more powerful. Because it's not just about any kind of willpower, it's about transformative willpower. It's about using your drive to actually create that change that you need to like really steer your love life in the direction you want it to go, you know? It's not about just like blindly rushing forward. It's about consciously, deliberately choosing your path and then like making it happen. Like, think about it this way. The tower was the earthquake, right? It left everything in ruins. And the devil was like all the rubble and debris that you were like tempted to just, build a new house out of, even though it was unstable and unhealthy. But the Chariot is the construction crew, you know? It's the heavy machinery, it's the blueprint, it's the unwavering determination to, like, actually build something amazing from the ground up. And I think, like, the key thing here is that the Chariot is about action. It's not about just, like, thinking about it or talking about it or even planning it. It's about actually doing it, you know? It's about putting in the work, making the sacrifices, and pushing through the obstacles. It's about taking that leap of faith, even when you're scared, and trusting that you have what it takes to succeed. Like maybe after the tower, you felt totally lost and directionless, right? Like you didn't even know where to start. And maybe the devil was whispering in your ear, telling you to just give up, to just go back to those old patterns, because at least they were familiar. But the Chariot is saying, no, you are stronger than that. You have the power to create a new reality for yourself. And I think, like, this really ties into that theme of evolving love, you know? Because evolving love isn't passive. It's not something that just happens to you. It's something that you actively create. It requires effort, it requires commitment, and it requires a willingness to change and grow. Like, maybe you need to have a really difficult conversation with your partner, you know? Maybe you need to set some boundaries that you've been avoiding. Maybe you need to finally address that elephant in the room that's been poisoning your relationship for years. The Chariot is giving you the courage and the strength to do it. It's saying, you can do this. You are capable of handling this. Just take the first step. Or maybe it's about taking some action on your own, you know? Maybe you need to start prioritizing your own needs and desires. Maybe you need to reconnect with your passions and hobbies. Maybe you need to spend more time with your friends and family. The Chariot is reminding you that you are a whole person, even within a relationship, and that you deserve to be happy and fulfilled. And I think, like, the most important thing to remember about the Chariot is that it's not about being reckless or impulsive, you know. It's not about just, like, charging headfirst into danger without thinking. It's about being strategic and disciplined. It's about having a clear vision of what you want to achieve and then, like, carefully planning your steps to get there. Like, think of a real chariot race, you know? The driver doesn't just, like, whip the horses and hope for the best. They have to be incredibly skilled and focused. They have to know the course, they have to understand their horses, and they have to be able to react quickly to any unexpected obstacles. The Chariot is about that kind of mastery, that kind of control. So, with the Rhodonite, it's about channeling that willpower in a way that's aligned with your heart, you know. It's not about forcing things or manipulating situations. It's about using your drive to create a more loving and harmonious connection. Like, it's about transforming any obstacles into opportunities for growth, you know? It's about seeing the best in yourself and your partner, and then, working together to create a relationship that is truly fulfilling. Wow, that's just so intense, right? This card is all about taking charge, but in a good way. It's not about being a control freak, it's about being a leader in your own life, and especially in your love life. And I think that's a really important distinction to make, especially after the Devil card. Okay, so there's this huge question about internal versus external battles, right? The Chariot isn't just about conquering the world, it's also about conquering yourself. And honestly, maybe that's even more important in this situation, given what we've already seen. You can be the most driven, ambitious person in the world, but if you're constantly battling your own inner demons, you're never going to truly succeed, right? You're always going to be sabotaging yourself, holding yourself back, and undermining your own efforts. And I think that's what the Chariot is really asking you to consider here. What are the internal battles that you need to face in order to move forward? Maybe it's about overcoming your fears, Maybe you're afraid of commitment, or afraid of vulnerability, or afraid of being hurt. The Chariot is challenging you to confront those fears head-on and to prove to yourself that you are stronger than they are. Maybe the tower shook up your sense of security, right? It made you feel like the ground was constantly shifting beneath your feet. And now, you're afraid to build anything new because you're worried that it's just going to crumble again. But the Chariot is saying, you can't let fear control you. You have to take a risk, you have to put yourself out there, and you have to trust that you can handle whatever comes your way. Or maybe it's about overcoming your limiting beliefs, Maybe you have this idea that you're not worthy of love, or that you're not good enough, or that you're destined to be alone. The Chariot is challenging you to question those beliefs and to replace them with more positive and empowering ones. Maybe the Devil has convinced you that you're stuck in those unhealthy patterns, that you're incapable of change, and that you're destined to repeat the same mistakes over and over again. But the Chariot is saying, that's not true. You have the power to rewrite your story. You can break free from those chains and create a new reality for yourself. And I think, this is where the Rhodonite comes in again, Because it's all about emotional healing and self-worth. It helps you to identify those limiting beliefs, to challenge them, and to replace them with more positive and empowering ones. It reminds you that you are worthy of love, that you are capable of change, and that you have the power to create a fulfilling relationship. Maybe you need to start practicing self-compassion, Maybe you need to be kinder and more forgiving to yourself. Maybe you need to stop beating yourself up over past mistakes and start focusing on your strengths and your potential. The Chariot is encouraging you to treat yourself with the same love and respect that you would offer to your partner. And I think, this is such a crucial aspect of evolving love, Because you can't truly love someone else until you truly love yourself. You can't build a healthy relationship until you've healed your own wounds and addressed your own issues. The Chariot is reminding you that self-love is not selfish, it's essential. But it's not just about internal battles, right? It's also about external battles. It's about facing the challenges and obstacles that are standing in the way of your love. And honestly, sometimes those external battles can be just as daunting as the internal ones. Maybe you're facing opposition from your family or friends, Maybe they don't approve of your relationship, or maybe they're trying to sabotage it in some way. The Chariot is giving you the strength to stand up for yourself and for your love, even when it's difficult. Maybe they're telling you that you're making a mistake, that you're settling for less than you deserve, or that you're wasting your time on someone who's not good enough for you. But the Chariot is saying, you know what's best for you. You have to trust your own intuition and follow your own heart, even if it means going against the grain. Or maybe you're facing financial difficulties, Maybe you're struggling to make ends meet, and it's putting a strain on your relationship. The Chariot is encouraging you to find creative solutions and to work together as a team to overcome those challenges. Maybe you need to cut back on your expenses, or maybe you need to find a new source of income. But the Chariot is saying, you can do this. You are resourceful and resilient, and you can find a way to make it work. And I think, the key thing here is that you're not alone in these battles, you have your partner by your side, and you can support each other and encourage each other every step of the way. The Chariot is reminding you that love is a team effort, and that you can accomplish anything when you work together. So, it's like you have to be ready to fight for your love, both internally and externally. You have to be willing to face your fears, overcome your limiting beliefs, and stand up for what you believe in. And with the Chariot and the Rhodonite on your side, you definitely have the strength and the courage to do it. It is like, whoa, okay, but it makes you wonder, like, who's actually driving this thing? Because the card itself is all about control and direction, right? But like, what happens if you're not actually in control? Or worse, what if you think you're in control, but you're actually being driven by something else entirely? And honestly, that's a really scary thought, especially after the Devil card, right? Because the Devil is all about those hidden influences, those subconscious desires that can totally hijack your free will. So it's like, are you driving the Chariot, or is the Devil still pulling the strings from behind the scenes? Like, maybe you're charging forward with this relationship, you know? You're determined to make it work, you're putting in all the effort, and you're pushing through all the obstacles. But what if you're actually being driven by a fear of being alone, or by a need for validation, or by a desire to prove something to someone else? What if you're not actually choosing this relationship because it's right for you, but because you're afraid of what will happen if you let it go? That's a scary thought, right? Or maybe you're in control, but you're driving in the wrong direction, you know? Maybe you have a clear vision of what you want, but it's not actually aligned with your true self. Maybe you're pursuing a goal that's based on someone else's expectations, or on societal pressures, or on outdated beliefs. Like, maybe you think you need to get married and have kids by a certain age, because that's what everyone else is doing. But what if that's not actually what you want? What if you're sacrificing your own happiness and fulfillment for the sake of conforming to someone else's idea of success? And I think, like, this is where it gets really tricky, you know? Because it's not always easy to know who's really in control or where you're really going. Sometimes, those hidden influences are so subtle, so ingrained, that you don't even realize they're there. Like, maybe you're constantly criticizing your partner, you know? You think you're just trying to help them improve, but what if you're actually being driven by a need to feel superior or by a fear of intimacy? What if you're unconsciously pushing them away because you're afraid of getting too close? Or maybe you're constantly trying to control your partner, you know? You think you're just trying to protect them, but what if you're actually being driven by a fear of abandonment or by a need to feel secure? What if you're stifling their growth and preventing them from becoming their true selves? And I think, like, this is where the Rhodonite can be really helpful, you know? Because it's all about emotional awareness. It helps you to identify those hidden influences, to understand your motivations, and to align your actions with your true self. Like, maybe you need to spend some time in quiet reflection, you know? Maybe you need to journal, meditate, or just take a walk in nature. The key is to get quiet, to tune into your inner voice, and to ask yourself some really honest questions. What do you really want? What are you really afraid of? What are you really trying to accomplish? And are your actions truly aligned with your answers? And I think, like, it's also important to get feedback from trusted sources, you know? Talk to your friends, your family, or a therapist. Ask them for their honest opinions about your relationship and about your behavior. Are you being controlling? Are you being judgmental? Are you being authentic? Sometimes it takes an outside perspective to see what's really going on. And I think, like, the most important thing is to be willing to be wrong, you know? To be willing to admit that you're not always in control, that you don't always know what's best, and that you're not always driving in the right direction. Because honestly, that's the only way you can truly grow and evolve. It's only when you're willing to let go of your ego, to surrender to the unknown, and to trust the process that you can truly find your way. So, it's like, you have to take control of the Chariot, but you also have to be willing to let go of control. You have to be willing to drive with intention, but you also have to be willing to change direction if necessary. And you have to be willing to trust your intuition, but you also have to be willing to listen to outside advice. That's a tough balance to strike, right? But like, it's all about balance. Wow, it's like, this card is just layers and layers, isn't it? And that makes me think it all comes down to balance, right? Because the Chariot, yeah, it's about willpower and direction, but if you're not balanced, you're just gonna crash and burn, right? You're gonna be like that Chariot driver who's so focused on winning the race that they forget to watch out for the obstacles, and then bam, they go flying off the track. And I think, this is especially important in the context of evolving love, Because love is all about balance. It's about balancing your needs with your partner's needs, your desires with their desires, your independence with your interdependence. Maybe you're so focused on your own goals and ambitions that you're neglecting your relationship, You're working all the time, you're traveling all the time, and you're not making enough time for your partner. The Chariot is reminding you that you need to prioritize your relationship and to find a better balance between your work life and your love life. Or maybe you're so focused on your partner's needs that you're neglecting your own, You're constantly sacrificing your own happiness and fulfillment for the sake of making them happy. The Chariot is reminding you that you need to take care of yourself and to prioritize your own well-being. And I think, this is where the Rhodonite comes in again, because it's all about emotional balance. It helps you to find that sweet spot where you're able to balance your needs with your partner's needs, your desires with their desires, your independence with your interdependence. Maybe you need to start practicing self-care, Maybe you need to take some time for yourself to relax, to recharge, and to reconnect with your own passions and hobbies. The Chariot is encouraging you to make self-care a priority, not a luxury. Or maybe you need to start setting boundaries, Maybe you need to learn to say no to things that are draining your energy or compromising your values. The Chariot is empowering you to protect your own energy and to create healthy boundaries in your relationship. And I think, it's also important to remember that balance is not a static state, It's not like you achieve balance once and then you're good to go forever. It's a constant process of adjustment and recalibration. Maybe you go through a period where you need to focus more on your career, and then you go through a period where you need to focus more on your relationship. The key is to be aware of the ebbs and flows and to adjust your priorities accordingly. And I think, the most important thing is to communicate with your partner, To be honest and open about your needs and desires, and to be willing to compromise and to find solutions that work for both of you. Maybe you need to have a serious conversation about your division of labor in the household, Maybe you need to renegotiate your roles and responsibilities to create a more equitable and balanced system. The Chariot is encouraging you to have those tough conversations and to find solutions that are fair and sustainable. Or maybe you need to have a conversation about your expectations for the relationship, Maybe you need to clarify what you both want and need from each other, and to make sure that you're on the same page. The Chariot is empowering you to have those honest and vulnerable conversations, and to create a relationship that is based on mutual understanding and respect. And I think, it's also important to remember that balance is not about perfection, It's not about achieving a state of perfect harmony where everything is always equal and fair. It's about striving for balance, even when it's difficult, and about being willing to forgive yourself and your partner when you fall short. Maybe you have a fight, Maybe you say something you regret, or maybe you act in a way that's hurtful to your partner. The Chariot is reminding you that you're human and that you're going to make mistakes. The key is to apologize, to learn from your mistakes, and to move forward with compassion and understanding. So, the Chariot is about finding that sweet spot of balance in yourself, in your relationship, and in your life. It's about steering yourself towards what makes sense without losing yourself in the process. Okay, wow, so the Chariot is all about action, willpower, and balance, but also about being honest with yourself about who's really driving and where you're really going, especially within the context of everything else we've already seen. It's about taking control, but also about letting go, about pushing forward, but also about staying grounded. And with the Rhodonite there for transformative healing, I really feel like there's an opportunity to really change things up for the better. Okay, I'm so excited to see what the next cards reveal because, where do we even go from here, Are we going to see more challenges, more opportunities for growth, Or maybe even a little bit of both. Okay, here we go. Okay, you guys, are you ready for this? Because after all that intensity, after the tower and the devil and the chariot, we pull. The star, oh my God, it's like a breath of fresh air, right? Like, after all that darkness, there's finally a glimmer of hope. You know, I'm like so excited about this card because the star is just like pure magic. It's all about hope, faith, and renewal, you know? It's about finding that light within yourself, even when everything around you seems dark and hopeless. And honestly, after the tower and the devil, you probably need that more than ever, right? Because the tower, that's like the universe just ripping away everything that isn't serving you, right? Like bam. No more false pretenses, no more living a lie, just raw, naked truth. And then the devil comes along and he's like, hey, you know what? That truth is scary. Why don't you just come back to these old, comfortable patterns? They may be unhealthy, but at least they're familiar. So it's like you're battling with all these demons, internal and external, and it can feel like you're never going to escape, you know? Like you're trapped in this cycle of pain and dysfunction. But then the star appears. And it's like, no, there's a way out. There is hope for a better future. You just have to believe. And honestly, that's what the star is all about, belief. Believing in yourself, believing in the universe, believing that things can and will get better. It's about having faith, even when you can't see the light at the end of the tunnel. And I think, that's especially important in the context of evolving love, you know? Because evolving love isn't always easy. It requires you to confront your deepest fears, to break free from your old patterns, and to embrace change. And sometimes, that can be really scary and overwhelming. You might start to doubt yourself, to doubt your partner, to doubt the entire relationship. You might start to wonder if it's even worth it, you know? But the star is saying, yes, it is worth it. Don't give up now. You've come so far, and you're so close to breaking through. It's like the tower cleared the way, the devil showed you what you needed to release, the chariot gave you the strength to move forward, and now the star is illuminating the path ahead. It's like all the pieces are starting to fall into place, you know? You just have to keep believing and keep moving forward with faith and hope. But also, this isn't about toxic positivity, you know? The star isn't saying, just ignore all your problems and pretend everything is fine. It's not about denying reality or suppressing your emotions. It's about acknowledging the challenges, but also choosing to focus on the positive aspects of the situation. It's about finding the silver linings, even in the darkest of clouds. Like maybe the tower completely shattered your relationship, right? Maybe you're dealing with a betrayal, a loss, or a major life change. The star isn't saying that those things didn't happen or that they don't matter. It's saying that even in the midst of that pain, there is still hope for healing and renewal. It's saying that you can learn from those experiences, grow from those experiences, and create a stronger, more authentic relationship as a result. And I think, that's a really important distinction to make, you know? Because sometimes we can get so caught up in our pain and our negativity that we forget to look for the good. We become so focused on what's wrong that we miss all the opportunities for growth and healing. The star is reminding us to shift our perspective, to look for the light, and to believe in the possibility of a better future. It's like, imagine you're standing in a dark room, right? You can't see anything, you're bumping into things, and you're feeling totally disoriented. But then, someone opens a window and a little bit of light shines in. Suddenly, you can see a little bit more clearly. You can see the outlines of the furniture, you can see the door, and you can start to find your way out. The star is like that window, you know? It's letting a little bit of light into your darkness, and it's helping you to see the path forward. And honestly, with the rhodonite sphere, this is just amplified, you know? Because the rhodonite is all about emotional healing and balance, which is exactly what you need when you're trying to cultivate hope and faith. It helps you to process your emotions, to release your negativity, and to connect with your inner strength and resilience. It's like the rhodonite is helping you to open that window wider so that even more light can shine in. And I think that's what this whole reading is about, you know? It's about transforming your pain into power, your darkness into light, and your challenges into opportunities. It's about evolving your love into something stronger, more authentic, and more fulfilling. And the star is a key piece of that puzzle because it's reminding you to never lose hope, to never give up on yourself, and to never stop believing in the power of love. Okay, so the star is like, yes, hope is here, it's a good card. But also, it's about finding your own source of inspiration, right? It's about tapping into that inner well of creativity and passion that makes you feel alive and connected. And I think, that's especially important in a relationship, you know? Because relationships can get stagnant, they can get boring, and they can start to feel like a chore. You might start to lose your spark, to lose your passion, and to lose your connection with your partner. But the star is saying, no, you can reignite that spark, you can rediscover your passion, you can reconnect with your partner on a deeper level. It's like the star is reminding you that you are creative beings and that you have the power to create a relationship that is full of joy, excitement, and inspiration. But it's not just gonna magically appear, you know. You have to actively cultivate it. You have to make time for the things that make you feel alive. You have to connect with your own inner source of inspiration, and you have to share that with your partner. Maybe you need to start pursuing a hobby that you've always wanted to try, you know? Maybe you want to learn to paint, to play an instrument, or to write poetry. The star is encouraging you to unleash your creativity and to express yourself in new and exciting ways. Or maybe you need to start spending more time in nature, you know? Maybe you want to go hiking, camping, or just sit by the ocean and listen to the waves. The star is reminding you that nature is a powerful source of inspiration and that it can help you to reconnect with your inner self. And I think, it's also important to share your inspiration with your partner, you know? To invite them to join you in your creative pursuits, to share your passions with them, and to learn from each other. Maybe you can start a book club together, you know? Or maybe you can take a dance class together. The key is to find activities that you both enjoy and that allow you to connect on a deeper level. Or maybe you can just start having more meaningful conversations, you know? Talk about your dreams, your fears, your hopes, and your aspirations. The star is reminding you that communication is key to a healthy relationship, and that it's important to create a safe space where you can share your innermost thoughts and feelings. And I think, it's also important to be open to receiving inspiration from your partner, you know? To listen to their ideas, to appreciate their talents, and to support their dreams. Maybe your partner is a talented musician, you know? You can go to their concerts, listen to their music, and offer them encouragement and support. Or maybe your partner is a gifted writer, you know? You can read their work, give them feedback, and help them to find an audience for their writing. The star is reminding you that your partner is a unique and valuable source of inspiration, and that you can learn a lot from them. And honestly, with the rhodonite sphere, this is just amplified, you know? Because the rhodonite helps you to connect with your own inner talents and gifts, and to share them with the world. It's like the rhodonite is helping you to become a beacon of inspiration for yourself and for your partner. And I think, that's what this whole reading is about, you know? It's about creating a relationship that is not only loving and supportive, but also inspiring and fulfilling. It's about evolving your love into something that makes you both feel alive, connected, and inspired. And the star is a key piece of that puzzle, because it's reminding you to never stop seeking inspiration, to never stop pursuing your passions, and to never stop sharing your gifts with the world. Okay, so the star is about hope and inspiration, but it's also about healing, right? Seriously, it's not just about, oh, everything's gonna be great. It's about acknowledging the wounds and starting the process of recovery. And I think, after the Tower and the Devil, there's definitely some healing that needs to happen, you know? Because the Tower can leave you feeling traumatized, like you've been through a war zone. You might be dealing with feelings of grief, anger, fear, and insecurity. And the Devil can leave you feeling ashamed, guilty, and trapped in unhealthy patterns. You might be struggling to forgive yourself, to forgive your partner, and to break free from those destructive cycles. But the star is saying, it's okay to feel those things. It's okay to be vulnerable. It's okay to need time to heal. It's the star is reminding you that you're not alone and that there is support available to help you through this process. It's the star is saying, you don't have to pretend that you're okay when you're not. You don't have to bottle up your emotions or try to tough it out on your own. You can reach out for help, you can ask for support, and you can allow yourself to be vulnerable. And I think, that's a really important message, Because sometimes we can be so afraid of being vulnerable that we try to hide our pain and our emotions. We put on a brave face and pretend that everything is fine, even when we're falling apart inside. But the star is saying that vulnerability is a strength, not a weakness. It's saying that it's okay to show your emotions, to ask for help, and to allow yourself to be supported. And I think, it's also important to remember that healing is a process, not a destination, It's not like you're going to wake up one day and suddenly be completely healed. It's going to take time, effort, and patience to work through your wounds and to rebuild your life. And there are gonna be ups and downs along the way. There are gonna be days when you feel like you're making progress, and there are gonna be days when you feel like you're backsliding. But the star is reminding you to be kind to yourself, to be patient with yourself, and to never give up on yourself. It's like the star is saying, you're not going to be perfect, and that's okay. You're going to make mistakes, and that's okay. You're going to have setbacks, and that's okay. Just keep moving forward, one step at a time, and you will eventually heal. Maybe you need to go to therapy, Maybe you need to talk to a professional about your trauma and your emotions. The star is encouraging you to seek out the support that you need to heal. Or maybe you need to start practicing self-compassion, Maybe you need to be kinder and more forgiving to yourself. The star is reminding you that you deserve love, kindness, and compassion, especially from yourself. And I think, it's also important to create a safe and supportive environment for yourself, Surround yourself with people who love you, who believe in you, and who will support you through your healing process. Avoid people who are negative, judgmental, or who trigger your trauma. The star is reminding you that you have the power to choose your own environment and to create a space that is conducive to healing. And honestly, with the Rhodonite sphere, this is just amplified, Because the Rhodonite is all about emotional healing and balance, which is exactly what you need to create a safe and supportive environment for yourself. It helps you to release your negative emotions, to connect with your inner strength, and to attract positive people and experiences into your life. It's like the Rhodonite is helping you to create a cocoon of healing around yourself, where you can feel safe, supported, and loved. And I think, that's what this whole reading is about, It's about creating a relationship that is not only loving and supportive, but also healing and transformative. It's about evolving your love into something that helps you both to heal from your past wounds, to grow into your full potential, and to create a brighter future together. And the star is a key piece of that puzzle, because it's reminding you to never give up on yourself, to never lose hope, and to always believe in the power of healing. Okay, so we're talking about the star, and yeah, it's amazing and full of hope, but let's be real, it's not always easy to stay positive, right? Especially when you're in the middle of a really tough situation, It's easy to say, oh, just have faith. But what if you've been praying for something for years and it still hasn't happened? What if you've been working your butt off and you're still not seeing results? What if you've been trying to heal and you just keep relapsing? It's easy to lose hope when you're facing those kinds of challenges, right? And I think, that's where the Chariot comes in, because the Chariot is all about willpower and determination, It's about pushing through the obstacles and never giving up on your goals. But the Chariot can also be a little bit intense, It can be so focused on achieving its goals that it forgets to be compassionate and understanding. It can be so driven that it burns out. And I think, that's why the star is so important, because it's reminding the Chariot to slow down, to breathe, and to remember what it's all fighting for. It's like the star is saying, yes, it's important to be strong and determined, but it's also important to be kind and compassionate. It's important to take care of yourself, to nurture your soul, and to remember the joy and the beauty in life. And I think, that's a really important balance to strike, Because if you're all Chariot and no star, you're going to burn out. You're going to become cynical, bitter, and resentful. You're going to lose sight of your values and your purpose. But if you're all star and no Chariot, you're going to be passive, complacent, and ineffective. You're going to let your dreams slip away and you're going to become disillusioned and disappointed. So, you have to find a way to balance those two energies, to be both strong and compassionate, both determined and kind, both focused and open. And I think, that's where the Rhodonite sphere comes in again, you know? Because the Rhodonite is all about emotional balance and self-worth. It helps you to find that sweet spot where you can be both strong and compassionate, both determined and kind, both focused and open. It's like the Rhodonite is helping you to integrate the Chariot and the Star within yourself, so that you can become a more whole and balanced person. Like, maybe you need to start setting some realistic goals, you know? Maybe you're putting too much pressure on yourself, and you're setting yourself up for disappointment. The Star is encouraging you to break down your goals into smaller, more manageable steps, and to celebrate your progress along the way. Or maybe you need to start practicing self-care, you know? Maybe you're neglecting your own needs and you're running yourself ragged. The Star is reminding you to take care of yourself, to prioritize your well-being, and to make time for the things that bring you joy and relaxation. And I think, it's also important to remember that it's okay to ask for help, you know? You don't have to do everything on your own. The Star is reminding you that there are people who care about you, who want to support you, and who are willing to help you achieve your goals. So, don't be afraid to reach out and ask for assistance when you need it. Maybe you need to hire a coach, you know? Someone who can help you to stay focused, motivated, and on track. Or maybe you need to join a support group, you know? A group of people who are going through similar challenges and who can offer you encouragement and understanding. The Star is reminding you that you're not alone and that there is a community of people who are waiting to support you. And honestly, with the Rhodonite sphere, this is just amplified, you know? Because the Rhodonite is all about connection and community. It helps you to connect with other people, to build strong relationships, and to find support and encouragement when you need it. It's like the Rhodonite is helping you to create a network of support around yourself so that you can feel empowered, connected, and inspired. And I think that's what this whole reading is about, you know? It's about creating a relationship that is not only loving and supportive, but also empowering and inspiring. It's about evolving your love into something that helps you both to achieve your goals, to fulfill your dreams, and to live your best lives. And the Star is a key piece of that puzzle, because it's reminding you to never lose hope, to never give up on yourself, and to always believe in the power of connection. Wow, the Star. Okay, so hope, inspiration, healing, balance. It's a beautiful card, but I'm also wondering if it could be a little too passive, you know? Maybe you're just sitting around waiting for the universe to deliver your dreams, but you're not actually taking any action to make them happen. And that's where the Chariot comes in again. And honestly, I think this all ties back to the Tower and the Devil, you know? Because the Tower can leave you feeling so shaken up that you're afraid to take any risks. You're so afraid of things falling apart again that you just stay in your comfort zone, even if it's not making you happy. And the Devil can leave you feeling so powerless that you don't believe you have the ability to change your life. You're so stuck in those unhealthy patterns that you don't even try to break free. But the Star is saying, no, you are not powerless. You have the ability to create your own reality, you just have to take action. It's like the Star is reminding you that hope is not a passive emotion. It's an active choice. It's a decision to believe in yourself, to believe in the universe, and to take steps towards your goals, even when you're scared. It's like the Star is saying, yes, the universe is conspiring to help you, but you also have to do your part. You have to take responsibility for your own life, and you have to be willing to put in the work. And I think, that's a really important message, you know? Because sometimes we can fall into this trap of thinking that if we just manifest hard enough, everything will magically fall into our laps. But that's not how it works. Manifestation is powerful, but it's not a substitute for action. You have to be willing to take the steps necessary to bring your dreams to life. Maybe you want to find your soulmate, you know. You can't just sit at home and wait for them to knock on your door. You have to get out there, you have to meet new people, and you have to be open to the possibility of love. The Star is encouraging you to take those steps, even if they're scary, and to trust that the universe will guide you to the right person. Or maybe you want to start your own business, you know. You can't just dream about it and hope that it will happen. You have to create a business plan, you have to secure funding, and you have to start marketing your product or service. The star is encouraging you to take those steps, even if they're challenging, and to trust that you have the skills and the resources to succeed. And I think, it's also important to remember that action doesn't have to be big or dramatic, you know? It can be small, simple steps that you take every day. The key is to be consistent and to keep moving forward, even when you're feeling discouraged. Maybe you want to improve your relationship with your partner, you know. You can start by simply telling them that you love them, by listening to their needs, and by doing something nice for them. The star is encouraging you to take those small steps, even if they seem insignificant, and to trust that they will make a difference in the long run. And honestly, with the rhodonite sphere, this is just amplified, you know. Because the rhodonite is all about action and transformation. It helps you to take the steps necessary to bring your dreams to life, to break free from your unhealthy patterns, and to create a more fulfilling relationship. It's like the rhodonite is helping you to turn your hope into action, your inspiration into reality, and your healing into transformation. And I think, that's what this whole reading is about, you know? It's about creating a relationship that is not only loving, supportive, and inspiring, but also action-oriented and transformative. It's about evolving your love into something that helps you both to take risks, to achieve your goals, and to live your best lives. So the star shows hope, but you still need to grab the chariot's reins. Okay, wow, so the star is about hope and healing, but it's also about self-acceptance, right? It's about loving yourself, flaws and all, and recognizing your own worth, regardless of what's happened in the past. And I think, that's so important after the Devil card, you know. Because the Devil can leave you feeling so ashamed of your mistakes, so critical of your flaws, and so unworthy of love. You might start to believe that you're inherently bad, that you're destined to repeat the same mistakes over and over again, and that you're never going to be happy. But the star is saying, no, that's not true. You are worthy of love, you are capable of change, and you are deserving of happiness. It's like the star is reminding you that you are a beautiful, unique, and valuable human being, just as you are. You don't have to be perfect, you don't have to meet anyone else's expectations, and you don't have to change yourself to be loved. You are already enough. And I think, that's a really powerful message, you know? Because sometimes we can be so hard on ourselves, so critical of our flaws, and so focused on our imperfections that we forget to appreciate our strengths, our talents, and our unique qualities. We become so obsessed with trying to fix ourselves that we forget to love ourselves. But the star is saying that self-love is not selfish, it's essential. It's the foundation for all healthy relationships, it's the key to happiness, and it's the source of all true power. And I think, it's also important to remember that self-acceptance doesn't mean condoning bad behavior, you know? It doesn't mean ignoring your mistakes or pretending that you're perfect. It means acknowledging your flaws, learning from your mistakes, and accepting yourself anyway. It means recognizing that you're human, that you're going to make mistakes, and that you're always going to be a work in progress. But it also means believing that you're capable of growth, that you're worthy of forgiveness, and that you're deserving of